Good morning, my crazy people. Happy New Year. Good morning, TG. Good morning, Darlene. Good morning, my dibble. Hope everybody had a nice, safe night. My dog got a little wigged out about fireworks exploding, although we had a lot of rain, so it was probably not as bad as it could have been. And of course, the mouth is hurt from. Yeah, I didn't sleep much either, but then I never sleep much, so. But I hope everybody's New Year's Eve was uneventful. Unless you were having a real good time, then it's all good. TG, give back the stolen halo. It's a new year. Don't start it off like that. Yeah, at one point it sounded like someone had a freaking machine gun outside. Seriously, it did not sound like fireworks. It sounded like semi-auto fire. I'm like, what in the fuck? When it's raining, you can't set up your explosives, so you're gonna just start shooting. Awesome. I hear that, Debbie. I do. If it wasn't for the compression gloves that I got, I wouldn't get any sleep at all. I'd be sleeping in 10-minute increments because I'd be so exhausted, I would pass out for that amount of time. Darlene, 10 minutes to midnight, huh? I think I actually crashed again around 11:30. I don't know. I woke up, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. I was like, well, Happy New Year. Yeah, the compression gloves don't take the pain completely away, but it makes it more tolerable. So I can function and, well, I can get some rest. Oh, Debbie, they started here at like 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday. My dog was wigging. I couldn't even put her out last night. So she's Her Royal Highness Princess Simi has decided that she needs to go out very soon. So I will probably have to leave my own stream again so I can go put the dog out because she wouldn't go outside. There was too much noise. Yeah, but I didn't hear any fire engines in my neighborhood or ambulances, so I guess everybody was fine. That's what we listened for. Sirens. Fire! Fire is bad. I know, honey. I know. You guys just run chaos and TG takes over and the whole place goes to hell in a handbasket. That's all right. Did you notice it's not May yet, Debbie? He did not show up yesterday in Victoria's chat. I was shocked. I have to admit, I was color me shocked. I was shocked. I felt for sure he'd be back in there, but nope. Maybe our wishes came true when he lost his internet. Happy New Year to us. All right. Really, Simi? Really? I said that to her and she stopped and looked at me for like a half second. Now she's scratching again. Stop it. Merry New Year. Okay. Cat, you've been laying in that box forever. Don't start tearing things apart. She Marty's been laying in this box that's like two sizes too small. And now she's decided that the paper that's in the box is annoying, so she's gonna start shredding it. No. Yeah, he wasn't there. Made for a nice pleasant chat. I am gonna get you a silent collar. It's called rope. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it when people get our Victoria upset. I don't like it. So what's everybody doing today? I never understood why people. I mean, I can understand saying Happy New Year, like wishing you the next year to be happy. But honestly, so many people are hungover on New Year's Day, but I don't think they're very happy. Hey, Bonnie. Happy New Year. Good morning. Keijin. Hello. Good morning and Happy New Year. I've never actually really celebrated New Year's as a hey, let's go party thing. My family didn't do anything different when I was growing up. Matter of fact, we usually were asleep when midnight rolled around. I think when I was 18 and had my own apartment, nope, because I didn't even have that for a year. Um, there might have been one or two times, like after I had my oldest, that I partied. I don't know if I did. It's a blur, so it must have been a good time. Um, but never really made a big deal out of New Year's Eve. Just wasn't my thing. Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas were holidays, but New Year's is just the start of the new year. We survived the last one. Woohoo! Unfortunately, so many people didn't. Rip but Betty White, you're rocking it out in the afterlife now. 99. She almost made it to her 100th birthday. Almost. Oh, were you on with Debbie and Max? Yeah, I saw they were live, but I wasn't feeling the whole chat. My hands were hurting so bad because I was in Susanna's for a while. Um, and it hurt so bad to type, and I wasn't sent the link to go on the panel, so I couldn't. And there were so many things that like I wanted to respond to or make a play on or whatever because they always leave you opportunities in there. But typing it out hurt. My hands hurt so bad last night, and then like 1 o'clock in the morning or yeah 1 o'clock my time or so, I was in Julie's. I went in there for a few minutes, but again, my hands were just not playing nice. Yeah, Bonnie, I did not enjoy the neighbor's fireworks, nor did my dog. But, so yeah, I just sat and chilled. I've actually been streaming Little House on the Prairie. Believe it or not, I absolutely loved that show as a kid. It was my one of my favorite shows, and I found it on Amazon Prime, and I was like, hey. So I'm in season 3 now. Well, CTG, you can see them here too. Watch. Boom. See that? See what I did for you? If anybody comes in, you'll be able to see them in the background. Oh, speaking of which, I should probably put the link in there. That helps, right? If you don't want to do your show by yourself, you kind of got to put the link in somewhere. Yeah, I can't do lavender. I'm allergic, apparently. It's the only flower that gives me a migraine. And I mean, debilitating migraine. Which probably explains why I've had a headache since my mom bought me new garbage bags because it says they're Fabuloso, the cleaner scented, and that stuff's got lavender in it. So I've pretty much had a steady headache. Not debilitating because I don't think they use that much actual lavender to scent garbage bags, but yeah, since I have to keep a trash bag in my room, I've pretty much had a steady headache for a couple of weeks now. Thank you, Debbie. I went and looked for that just for you guys. I don't know what it's supposed to be today. It's our weather is very gloomy for the next week or so, or half a week, I guess. Let's see. Let's see. Right now it's 69 degrees. It's not a joke. That's the actual temperature. Today we're supposed to have a high of 73. It's rainy today and tomorrow. Monday, Tuesday, partly cloudy. Wednesday, cloudy. Thursday, rainy. Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, true, TJ. True, you do. But that's the kind of headache I can deal with. The one I've had is like dead center in like the middle of my forehead, and it's just this dull ache that, like, if I go to cough, it hurts real bad, but if I'm just sitting here, it's just a dull ache. So my mom got me one of those reed diffusers. You know, you put the little sticks in the bottle and you put the oil in it and all that, or the diffuser scent, whatever. And she got me lavender, and I looked. I was like, "Mom, are you trying to kill me? What are you doing?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "You know, I can't deal with lavender." She goes, "Oh, I forgot." Like, yeah, that was like, I don't know, 15 years ago. And I was like, "Where did you get it? I'll just exchange it for a different scent." And she goes, "Oh, I got it at Walmart." And I was like, "Okay, well, my mom shops at the Walmart across town." So I went to that one and they were like, "Well, this didn't come from our store. We don't have it in our system." And I'm like, "Okay." So I went to the other Walmart and they didn't have it either. I'm like, "Wow, my mom shopped at a mystery Walmart." So I couldn't I couldn't return it to exchange it. So I was like, "Here, mom, happy birthday." I don't know what she ever did, but I'm sure she still had the receipt for it somewhere and she probably took it back. But yeah. Yeah. So, and I do have acetaminophen. It's not helping the headache, so it's got to be like an allergy related thing. Because it's kind of that headache that you get like if you haven't eaten for a really long time. Um, Not quite the kind of headache you get when your sinuses are acting up, where if you put your head down, it feels like all of your blood is rushing to the front of your face and like all this pressure. It's not like that, but the acetaminophen doesn't help, and eating doesn't help. So I've eliminated all the possibilities. The only thing left is the lavender, and it acted up when my mom grabbed one of the garbage bags out of the box of them. It acted up more. It was like when I was sitting there with my head on my arms talking to my mom. She's like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, "Headache." So yeah, the things we deal with. I was like, Mom, you think maybe next time you could get citrus scented because that's what I had before?" She goes, "Oh, I didn't even look at it." I'm like, "Oh, thanks." It's funny how I have to look at things in different perspective, not just like scented things or where things are, but my mom has this like the bag lady cart thing for groceries and stuff, right? The little rolling thing. Hey, Irene, good morning, happy New Year. And so she brings it in yesterday with my soda and potato chips and water and stuff. And she leaves it right in the path of how I get to the front door for when I want to go smoke a cigarette. Oh, Debbie, that sucks. I hate waiting. And so I mean, the thing's got wheels on it, so I just moved it out of my way. And my mom goes walking past it, and she goes, "Oh, if this is over here, I'm going to forget that it's here, and I'll forget to take it with me." So she moved it. Now I'm at the front door smoking a cigarette. She moves it back into my way, and I was like, Mom, do you want me to just stay at the front door instead of talking to you while you're doing stuff?" And she goes, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Well, you just put that directly in my path. I can't get around it." She goes, "Oh, I didn't even think about it." Because she would be able to walk around it, right? I can't do that. So she still hasn't gotten into the mind frame of being in the perspective of being only 4.5 feet tall. and on wheels to when she has to do things. And like where you place things. Oh yeah, Irene, and happy birthday month. Irene and I both have this month as our birthdays. The whole month. The whole month. By the way, I finally took someone's advice and put my PayPal link, my PayPal address in the description. I just labeled it "Buy Me a Pepsi," but it's PayPal link because that "Buy Me a Coffee" link, they wanted my Social Security card, and I'm not giving that to them. So that's right. Happy birthday month. Stop having acrobatic sex, TG, and that won't happen. Not like I'm speaking from experience or anything. But I'm glad you do not have a blood clot or an infection. That's a good thing. Hey, Crazy Maze. Well, happy birthday. My birthday is the 22nd. Irene, yours is the 17th? I don't know why I have 17th in my head, but mine is the 22nd. And I know I have a 7 in my head, so either the 7th, 17th, 27th, something like that. I think yours was before mine. 7th. I knew there was a 7 in there. Good thing I can't afford a card or it would be late. Yeah, and you know what they're doing in honor of my birthday in Greenville, South Carolina? They are having a rodeo. I was like, wow, look at that party just for me, and I can't get there. Yep, having bull riding, see what it's like to live cowboy. That's their advertisement. It's funny as hell. But it is on January 22nd. I was like, whoa, happy birthday to me. Hope nobody gets killed by a bull. That's what it was. That's why, because I just read that. That hers was the 17th. She was, only 18 days before her birthday, or 17 days. It is sad, but I mean, she did live a very long and interesting life, and she gave zero shits what people had to say, and that was awesome. TG, yeehaw, ride 'em, cowboy. Yeah, that one of the guys that trained me for loss prevention was actually a bull rider. He's a bull talker too, but he was he was a bull rider. It's good money if you do well in it, and he had 9 kids, so yeah, he needed that extra money because I know Walmart didn't pay enough to feed them. But if he placed in like the top 3, I think he said that it was like 20 grand for 3rd place, something like that. Yeah, it was, and yeah, he's broken just about every bone in his body. I'm like, well, they're evil Knievel. He was a crazy fucker too. He got stabbed twice by a shoplifter. Guy pulled out. I mean, it was a little like 1.5-inch blade. It was a tiny little thing. The guy was just using to cut packages open, and he pulled it on Todd. And Todd's like, "What do you think you're gonna do with that?" And dude's like, "I'm gonna stab you." Todd looked at him and goes, "Go ahead." So the guy did. Todd grabbed him, got right in his face, and goes, "Do it again." So he did. Um, yeah, Todd was a crazy fucker. Hopefully he survived this long. I don't know. I lost touch with all those guys, but yep, he was one of the ones that trained me. 2 weeks of hanging out with crazy people. Now you know why I love you guys. Well, I hope you had a good birthday, Crazy May. Oh yeah, you think my my shoplifting stories are just my experiences? Oh no, I got to hear all theirs too. Like they stopped a priest who was shoplifting, and they stopped a millionaire. He tried to get out of it by bribing them because he had like 10 grand in his fucking pocket and he stole like a $10 watch. Yeah. Nope. He went to jail. Yeah. Todd and Tram. And yeah, his name was actually Tram. Yeah. Happy New Year, Danny May. You just woke up? I have been up. When did I get up this last time? Uh, 6 o'clock, I think. Yeah, Debbie, I tried to avoid it too. I did have a guy pull a knife. Um, but I think I told you guys a story about the big ass Marine that was standing at checkout that grabbed the guy that I was chasing. Yeah, he slammed him right into the cigarette. When they used to have the locked cases of cigarettes at Walmart, the big tall standing ones. He just grabbed him by the throat, swung him, and slid him into that. Grabbed his hand, held him up, held his hand that had the knife in it, and goes, "What the fuck you think you're gonna do with that?" Dude dropped the knife. That Marine was like 6'5". He was huge. I was like, "Well, today's my lucky day." Yeah, I chased that guy all through Walmart. Yep, my fat ass ran. The only time you would have seen me running is whether I was chasing someone or they were chasing me. Those were the only two times. Me too, crazy May. Me too. Aw, you turned TG blue. Happy New Year, Danny May. Happy New Year. Yeah, that asshole was stealing Sudafed. Guess what he was going to do with it? Because you know what you do with Sudafed, right? Do you know? Do you know? I learned all about this. Because we had government drug enforcement come in and talk to us. We busted people stealing Sudafed, batteries, tubing. Yeah. The one that was the most discussed. Yep, Danny May, exactly. They make meth with it. Yep. They boil the pills and then they skim the oil and they make meth with it, with the ephedrine. Yep. Danny May, now I'm starting to wonder about you. I'm kidding. But yeah, we busted people. We actually Todd and Tram, the crazy guys that trained me, they stopped a guy that was stealing batteries and tubing. And when they called the cops, it was somebody that they had been trying to keep an eye on. They had lost sight of him. So they went and they checked. Yep, really. They went and they checked his vehicle. He had a rolling fucking meth lab in his van. And they had to evacuate Walmart. They had to evacuate the parking lot. Oh, you were watching Breaking Bad? Yeah. And yeah, Walmart was shut down for like a half a day while they had the bomb squad and freaking all these forensic people out there and all that trying to dismantle the guy's rolling meth lab without blowing it up. Yeah, it's crazy. It was crazy. I busted a guy that was stealing 25 packs of deep batteries. 25 packs. And there's like 4 in a pack. So you can imagine how heavy his backpack was. He was practically dragging it out the door. I was like, "Yeah, you want to drag that back inside now? You're busted." Oh yeah, meth labs blow up all the time. It is not a stable business at all. So yeah, that's why they started locking down Sudafed and all that. Anything with ephedrine in it, they started locking it down. You have to get it behind the counter. Yeah, slight slip of the tongue there. TG, double D's. Yeah. I was thinking double A's, and I'm like, no, they were the big ones, and I said D's, and yeah, it is crazy, man. That shit'll fuck you up one way or the other. Either you blow up, or you get so hooked on it that you just cease to function as a human being. Yeah, I did. I made him drag it back in. I was like, "Oh, you want to turn around, and drag that backpack back in the store now?" He goes, "What for?" I was like, "Cause I'm busting you for stealing all them batteries." He's like, "Shit." I was like, "You can try and run. You aren't gonna make it." I was like, "By the looks of you, if you even take 2 steps, you're gonna fall over. So you might just want to come back in." Yeah, I made him carry that whole thing. I made him carry it all the way into the back. I wasn't carrying that fucking thing. Now, if he was smart and strong enough, which this guy looked like he could blow away in the wind, a slight breeze would have knocked him right over. I mean, you could tell serious meth head. But if he was strong enough and he had had half a brain, he would have swung the backpack at me and made me dodge, and then he could have gotten away. I've had people throw things at my head. It never worked for them, but they tried. I either dodged it or caught it and then caught them. So I have ninja reflexes. Whoa! The guy that had the hammers down either side of his shorts, I made him walk all the way back into the store and all the way into the back with those fuckers in his shorts. Yep. How comfortable was that? One wrong move and he would have been a soprano. His name was Brady Joe. He was 6'7". I thought he was going to step on my head. Although, little difficult to lift his leg that high when he's got hammers on the sides of his shorts on the inside. Yeah, he popped a lower tab in the room as soon as I got him back there because he didn't want to get busted with lower tabs on him. So he popped like 3 of them, and I was like, fuck. So when I made my call, I was like, yeah, and he just popped like 3 pills, and I don't know what they were, and he won't tell me. So detective come walking in like 3 seconds later and goes, hey, Brady Joe, what'd you take? And he's like, I took my lower tabs, man. I'm like, wow, you're stupid. So yeah, that was fun. Yeah, Danny May, it wrecks you. Meth, heroin, crack, it completely wrecks your complexion, you age. You definitely age. And yeah. I mean, if you if you stop in time, and you're able to make a recovery and you're young enough, you can come back from it, but it always marks you in some way. Yeah, I had a partner when I stopped, Brady Joe too. And I'm sitting there thinking, why am I stopping this giant by myself? Where is my partner? My partner come popping out from behind this huge guy and goes, I wouldn't mess with her if I were you. He's like, just come back in the store. I'm like, yeah, Army Ranger, why are you hiding behind the shoplifter? Stop that. Oh, and thank you, TJ. No, I've never done meth. I've never done heroin. I did smoke crack a few times. Never got hooked on it, and it was not fun. So I was like, why am I bothering doing this? So I just stopped doing it. Yeah, in the younger days, haven't touched any of that. I haven't touched any street drug in God, 22 years now. And back then it was weed. The last drug I touched was weed in Massachusetts before I moved here. I haven't touched any street drugs since I moved here. Just prescriptions. Oh yeah. And I have no problem admitting what I've done. I mean, when I was a kid, I did mescaline, and I have to say the whole word because if I say meth, it sounds like meth, and I never touched meth. I've never even seen meth in person. I got accused of making it, um, which was hysterical. I had narcotics cops at my house. I had police officers. I had animal control. I had all kinds of people show up at my house. There were like 15 people in my house when nobody ever comes to my house. My animals were freaking out. And I had these strange people just knocking on my walls. I'm like, what are you doing? Because I knew what they were doing. They were looking for hollow spots where I would be hiding drugs. Now, the walls are drywall. So if there was a spot in the wall that would come out, don't you think it would be a little noticeable? And the guy turns around and goes, well, we're checking for dead animals. I'm like, really? Do you think the dead animals are going to answer you if you knock on the wall? What the fuck? And I'm like, y'all need to get out of my damn house. I'm like, go away. None of you had a warrant to be in here. Get out. So yeah, it was a clusterfuck. But they went around and actually asked my neighbors if they saw a lot of traffic, because my daughter called DSS and she didn't want to live at my house anymore. She wanted to live at her friend's house where she could do whatever she wanted. So one of the ways that they figured to be able to keep her out of the house was a drug accusation. They went around to the neighbors, asked if there was a lot of traffic, and the neighbors were like, "Nobody ever goes there. What are you talking about?" And and then they asked them if they ever smelled ammonia, because when you manufacture methamphetamine, you have this very strong ammonia smell. Um, And they were like, "No." What? So, yeah, but the neighbors told me that the cops went around and asked all these questions, and I was like, "Oh god." And we had to take hair strand drug tests. They pull your hair out so that they can test it from the root, and, it goes back 120 days. Yeah, John and I were both clear, and they still wouldn't give my kid back. So, I'm like, "Uh-huh." Yeah, they were told by a DSS supervisor what to tell, for my daughter to report, what my daughter should report, and complaints. Yeah, it was fun. It's not, you know, being accused of doing things that I'm not doing pisses me right the fuck off. Being accused of lying pisses me right the fuck off because I don't lie. So, yeah, I was not happy at all. Well, see, that story crazy me. My daughter was 13 years old. She was a cheerleader. Everybody busted their asses to be able to get her to be a cheerleader, because uniform and all that cheer camp, it's really expensive, and we were really poor. Well, I'm still really poor, but my friends in my AOL chat room all donated money. My mom threw in like 65 bucks, and John and I were able to come up with about 150, but it was like 350, $400 altogether. And 2 years in a row, we all came up with this money that so she could continue doing something that she wanted to do so badly. Well, she had just made cheer captain for the basketball squad, and she decided she wanted to quit cheerleading so that she could train to be a diva in the Southern Wrestling Association, which is what her friend's father was involved with. And she had a crush on one of the wrestlers. And I went, nope. Because first of all, my daughter at 13 already had size D's. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't feel it appropriate for her to be tossed around a wrestling ring by half naked, sweaty adult men. So I told her no. I said, when you're 16, if you still want to do this, then you can train. She wasn't supposed to be able to train before she was 16 anyway. So I was like, no. And she got mad. And the next thing I know, I had DSS at my house and the kids didn't come home from school, which is the most terrifying thing on the fucking planet when your kids don't get off the bus when they're supposed to. And then, a caseworker pulls up in your driveway. So, yeah, it was not a happy time in my life. My middle child um, told a lot of lies, and she told them so often that she actually believes them. She could probably take a lie detector test now, and she would come up as if she was talking the truth. Debbie, there's just no way for me to do it, honey. I don't have anyone to take care of my animals. So, yeah. But yeah, that was quite some time ago. The daughter that started all that, she's 28 now. So, yeah, it was rough. Debbie, there's no way. I don't have anybody that can come over here and take care of my animals. Simi would starve to death and my house would be craptastic. You know what I mean? So, I have nobody that can come over here 2 or more times a day to take care of the dog. And Simi doesn't like being by herself. She's not used to it for any length of time. And I will not put her in a boarding kennel. Anytime this dog leaves my sight and my care, something happens to her. I will not do that. I mean, it started when she went to the vet to get fixed, and she was there overnight, and they tore up her stomach with the shaver. And I don't know what the hell they did to my dog's ass, but she acted like she had been violated. So I'm in South Carolina. And the next time I left her in care of the people that I was living with at the time, and I came back and she had a big old blood clot on her nose, on the side of her nose. And the woman insisted, even though I told her how to take care of my dog, specifically, she let the puppy run around. I mean, Simi was only, uh, she was about 9 weeks old at the time. She just let her run willy nilly all over the house. So, oh, kidding me? That's cool. She got married. Sucks the audio don't work. Damn. So, yeah. The only people I ever trusted to take care of my dog is John and my son. And right now my son is in question. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm from Massachusetts originally. Yes. Congratulations to your family, Danny Mae. So, I mean, when I was at the other house with my son, it was just me and my son there, and I ended up in the hospital for a week. He did take care of Simi. But now, I mean, he's not living with me, so and there's always, oh, we don't have the gas to do that, and Hector can't get me over there, and blah 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 blah. There's just no way. He wouldn't come even once a day, let alone twice. So there's just no way for him to get here to take care of her. And the cats have to have their food down all the time unless I'm sleeping, and the dog will eat it if there's no supervision. So that's not happening either. I'm from Westford, which is just outside of Lowell. It's Westford, Chelmsford, Littleton, Ayr, Acton, that area. I grew up there, and then I lived in Lowell for a while. South Cackalack. Hey, Kakalaki is a real thing around here, right? It's kind of creepy. Yep. Made me sad when I found out that the boarding farm that I worked at, Pegasus Farm in Westford, it's right across from Neshoba Ski Valley, closed down, and they put them in housing. Yeah, TG way across the pond. Yeah, I had a lot of good memories at that barn. Yeah, Danny Mae, I can imagine. Although I couldn't even imagine trying to maneuver around an RV in a wheelchair. I'm sure they have them that you can do it, but I have a hard time now. I can't even imagine it, having to try and get in and out of an RV or go from one end to the other. Yes, TG is my Welsh brat. Yeah, I miss Massachusetts, but I don't miss snow at all. And there's just no way I could afford to live there now. I mean, hell, the houses in where I grew up, the street that I grew up on, those houses were selling for a million or more. And I think in the end of '69, beginning of '70, my parents paid like 30 or 40 grand for that house. And when they moved, uh, pretty sure my mom said they got almost 100,000 for it. Now the houses over there are going for $1 million. So I couldn't rent a cardboard box in Massachusetts at this point. Dibble. Yeah, way too expensive. I mean, I only get $814 a month with my disability, so hello. Yeah, they get seals on the beaches sometimes. I've seen video of the seals on the beaches. Yeah. Yeah, it's expensive, very expensive. I mean, hell, when I was 18 in 1986, well, it was 87 because my birthday's after January 1st. Um, we rented a two-bedroom apartment on a second floor, and it was a house that was converted into apartments. And the one bedroom wasn't insulated; it was like the porch that they walled in, and that was $600 a month. So, and that was in 87. That thing probably goes for like, I don't know, 2,500 now. But South Carolina is one of the least expensive places to live, and I can barely survive here. I haven't even checked my bills for this month, I'm afraid, because I know the heat bill, I know the electric bill went up. I do have my hours. Yep. Yep. I have almost 5,000 hours actually. Yeah. Crazy man. Well, people need a place to live, you know? But it could be worse. It could be New York, where you're paying 10 grand for a studio, you know? It's crazy. Craziness. Yep. Well, the cost of living keeps going up, but they never increase the amount of money you got coming in, you know? So my rent right now is only 525. But good morning, Jennifer. When you only get 814 and you got to still pay for electric and water and internet, I would go absolutely insane without my internet. I was born in Maine. I was born in Portland, Maine. Yeah. So, I mean, my New Year's resolution is to get off my ass and start getting my jewelry made so that I can start selling some things. Be able to buy my own food so my mom doesn't have to keep buying me groceries. I feel really guilty that my mom buys my food. And I'm starting to tank on some stuff like cat food and cat litter. My mom my mom kept using my paper towels to dry her hands off yesterday. I'm like, "Mom, I have cloth towels over there." And she goes, "Oh, well, it's habit." I'm like, "Well, it must be nice to be able to just afford paper towels like they're nothing, but I can't. So stop using my paper towels to dry your hands." Because she's got soaking wet hands and she's grabbing the roll of paper towels. I'm like, "You're getting the whole roll wet. Stop it." Me too, crazy me. I have to make them first. Everybody's like, "What are you gonna make first?" I'm like, "I don't know. I guess we'll find out." But I did make I made Susanna a pendant. I still have to finish it. Um I have to solder a bezel cup on it and set a stone in it and finish that up. Yeah, we have food pantries. They suck. Um and I can't get to one anyway, so it doesn't do any good. We've gone to the food pantries here and put it this way, they open the doors at, well, it used to be 8:30. You'd have to get there at 6:30 in the morning to get in line. At 8 o'clock in the morning, they would come out and give you numbers one through like 15, maybe, or 1 through 12 or something like that. And they'd only take the first 10 people, but the other people had numbers in case anyone left. And some people got a crap ton of groceries, even if it was only them and like one other person. Me, I go in there with, me, John, and the two kids, and we get like 2 bags of groceries that are all either half expired or it's not enough food to even feed the kids, you know? So and now there's no way for me to get there. Absolutely, it's just not happening. So we girls use a lot of toilet paper. Yeah. You haven't lived with my son, TJ. Okay. That boy could go through toilet paper like it's nothing. So so my mom was like, "Well, just put more paper towels on the list." I'm like, because my mom has money to be able to do stuff like that. I'm always thinking like, please stop using all the paper towels. I'm almost out of them, and I need them for things. And she's just like willy nilly using all my paper towels up. I'm like, put them on the list. Well, why? So then you can complain about how much it costs, which she does. She doesn't really complain, but she'll mention it. She'll tell me how much she spends every time she picks groceries up for me, which makes me feel even guiltier. My mom's good at that. It's a gift. She gives it freely. hide them when she comes over. There's no place to hide them. Because anywhere that I would have to hide them would be someplace she couldn't see them, and I can't reach those places from the wheelchair. So yeah, there's no hiding them. But I figured, you know what? If she uses them and she says put them on the list, I'll put them on the damn list. She can buy them. She used them. But I am looking forward to being able to buy my own food. That would be nice. You know, being able to support my animals myself, because a lot of people like you shouldn't have animals if you can't take care of them. Well, I could take care of them when I had help, when I had people living here with me, and then we split expenses and all of that. I was fine. But then everybody bailed on me and I got stuck with all the expenses myself. And I'm like, fuck, you know? So shit happens. And, losing half a leg doesn't help either. So we'll get there. Morning, Kathy. How you feeling? My giggle girl. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the pantries here are stocked. It's just they pick and choose who gets the food, you know? So, I mean, it depends on who's working doling out food, because some of them are racist as a motherfucker. And, oh, okay. I mean, we experienced that several times when we went there. So we started sending Issa because she was half Panamanian, so she had darker skin. She got more food. Hey, Wendy, Happy New Year, love you. Yeah, they don't care here. And like I said, can't get there. So, and with my luck, the day that I do get there, there'd be like people that aren't racist that dole out food correctly. But yeah, John and I over the past month before he died, 20 years, um, we went there. I don't know how many times, and we would get like two grocery bags full of stuff, and you know, yeah, Jennifer, she had darker skin, and they weren't as racist against her. There were, I mean, I'm in the South, and most people, when you hear about racism in the South, it's white against black. White people are all you know flying their flags and being all assholes to black people, and you'd be amazed at how many times it's black people that are really hateful towards anyone white. And yeah, John and I had that fun experience too. Nope. Um, I can't ride with a stranger. It's a psychological thing. I cannot do it. I am in way too vulnerable a position now, but I couldn't do it before my amputation. So, but no, there's no programs here. I mean, there's transportation you can get, but I don't get in vehicles with strangers, not cab drivers, not anybody. Because you know what? They can do all the background checks they want, but if someone's not gotten caught for something, how the fuck would they know? Kathy. You know what? I think I fell asleep around 7 o'clock too, and then I woke up like an hour and a half later. I was awake off and on all night, as usual. I popped into a few chats last night, but like I've said earlier, my hands were hurting so bad I couldn't really type too much. And I was not one of the privileged that a link was sent to. So doesn't feel like a new year. Yeah, it doesn't really feel any different to me either. The only thing different is my laptop says 2022. Well, there you go. Although I was very sad to hear about Betty White. I mean, it makes me sad. I love Betty White. But she lived a very long, very full life. Yeah. Yeah, we've had a lot of rain here too. Although right now it's cloudy and sunny at the same time. So welcome to South Carolina weather. She was very loved. And that woman didn't put up with any shit from anybody. I mean, I was reading one of the things on her comedy show that she had. She had a I don't know if I didn't read it that thoroughly, but she had a black guy on her show. And back in that time, it got a lot of controversy about giving him airtime. And she was like, I don't give a shit, and gave him even more airtime. I'm like, you go, girl. Yeah. So I think one of my favorite lines from her is, thank you, Officer Fuck Meat, or whatever from Lake Placid. And is it against the law to wish the chewing of law enforcement? Because in most of her shows, in most of the TV shows, movies, and all that, she's sassy, but she's very sweet, you know? And so all of a sudden in Lake Placid to hear her cussing like that, the first time John and I watched it, we were like, what the fuck? It was awesome. We died laughing. It was so cool. Yeah, I loved her in Lake Placid. She definitely had some sass. Absolutely.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm nursing an hangover, so yeah.
Wow, Wendy had a good night.
A very big hangover, but I did have a good night.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah. Happy New Year, all in chat. I thought I'd come on and keep you company for 5-10 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, Kathy, the movie is hysterical. You need to watch the whole thing. I'm sure Wendy hasn't seen it. Wendy doesn't see any good movies.
What film?
What film?
Lake Placid.
No.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Of course I ain't seen it, Cody.
That's what I said. Well, it is awesome. It's an awesome movie. I love that movie. Now the sequels suck. I mean, they're definitely like B movies, but the original Lake Placid is amazing. Kathy, that's funny. Your mom got high off her gummies. I would like to see my mom high just once. that would be very interesting. My mom lives in a bubble, so that would be very, very interesting. So how's Toad? Does he have a hangover too?
No.
Didn't sound like it when he was yelling a little bit ago.
Oh, he's fine.
How's my little Brit?
Oh, Cody. She's all right, actually.
Good.
She had a really good Christmas.
I'm glad. Kids should have good Christmases.
Yeah. She got makeup.
Ooh.
Yep, and she was putting lip gloss on for Tyler.
Aww. Yeah, Virginia. 17 days shy of her 100th birthday. We know. And hi, Virginia. Happy New Year. I see you got your
Happy New Year,
original name
Virginia.
back.
My angel TG's in the chat.
Yeah, don't start the new year off by lying.
Hi, my angel TG.
Your nose is gonna fall off.
Hey, Cafe. What? Why is it? No, it's not.
Cause Pinocchio, it's gonna get so long, it's just gonna fall right off.
TG's my angel.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Saying I'm an angel as well, Kodi.
Yeah, I'm surprised Santa came to either one of your houses. I am. Oh, you too, Crazy Mate. Thanks for stopping in. Have a great day. Yeah, TG, liar, liar, panties on fire. And if your panties are on fire, you need to go see a doctor.
Ouch.
Because this isn't biblical times. There's no such thing as a burning bush and it being okay. All right. And if it starts talking, just check yourself into the psych ward. My mom had a little bit of a problem with wine at one point. When my oldest daughter was born, her and my dad were, my mom and my dad were arguing all the time. So my mom was drinking a lot of wine, and she kept telling me, "Well, you can't get drunk off wine." And I'm like 19 years old, and even I knew that was bullshit. And I was supposed to be going out. My mom said, because I lived at my parents' house when my daughter was born, and um, here's my daughter. You know, 3 months old. My mom said she babysit. Um, Desiree was sleeping through the night and everything, so no problem, right? Well, I turn around, my mom's got Desiree in her arms, and she almost dropped her because she stumbled because she had drank too much wine. And so I caught the baby and went, nope, not going anywhere. And she's like, why? Why aren't you leaving? I'm like, because you're drunk. He's like, I am not. You can't get drunk from wine. I was like, you need to research the subject because yes, you can. It has alcohol in it. You can get drunk. I'm like, what is wrong with you, woman? Go to bed. So I stayed home that night. And then she tried taking her. She had. I'm not really sure what they were. I never did find out, but she had anti-anxiety meds. I'm pretty sure her doctor prescribed her Valium, and she went to take the Valium to help her sleep. And I'm like, you do not need any medication. And she goes, well, I'm taking my pills. I'm like, no, you're not. And I took them away from her. I wouldn't let her take them because I was afraid she'd die in her sleep from an overdose or something, drug interaction. So she was mad, but Kodi has 0 fucks to give, especially when it comes to that. So, hey, what you woofing for? Is your boyfriend outside? Yes, he is. Roddy outside.
How's my
Right.
angel baby, Kodi?
Sleeping on a box that's 2 sizes too small.
Oh, bless her.
Being a brat.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah, Danny, I wasn't happy. I was not happy at all. I didn't go out for like 2 months because I was, waiting to see if my mom would hit the wine again. But she apparently after, because the next day I ripped her a new one. And told her if I couldn't trust her with the baby, then I would start looking for a place to move to. I didn't care if I had to live on someone's couch with the baby in a dresser drawer next to me. And so she kind of wised up and stopped drinking. She doesn't drink at all now. She hasn't. And say my daughter's 30 something years old. I don't think my mom's even had 1 glass of wine since that time. TG, I told you, quit your lying. Don't start off the new year like that. Simeon, stop buffing at your boyfriend.
Thank you, TG, my angel.
Oh, you guys are so full of shit.
I love you, girl.
God. It's getting thick in here. I need my hip waders.
Oh, Kodi, my head hurts.
Does it?
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't be lying then.
No, it's all the alcohol last night, Kodi.
See what happens?
Yeah.
I have 0 sympathy for you, right?
Yeah. I
love
can't remember getting home.
God.
It was bad.
I vaguely remember times like that.
Oh.
I'm like, how the hell did I get here?
I woke up this morning, I turned around to Todd, I says, how did I get home? How did you get me in bed?
Same way he always does.
Oh, Kodi. No.
Hey, Jessica. Morning. Happy New Year. Ew. Well, if I was hungry, I'm not now. Gross. TJ.
Marmite's awful, TG.
It really is. It tastes like liquid ass. It's gross.
Kathy, I agree. My head hurts.
That'll teach you. Yeah, I haven't had alcohol in about 4 years now, and that was only those little like Seagram coolers or whatever. And a 4-pack of them lasted me 6 months. So, Simmy, the dog is not going to come play with you. Stop being a nosy Nelly. Damn. She like the little old lady that peeks out her window at people. That's my dog.
Oh, bless her.
She's spying on the neighbor and his dog.
My sister got a puppy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's a pug, and he's so cute.
That's cool. I'm not a big fan of pugs, but I know a ton of people like them. Like, Wanda's son loves pugs.
He's so cute. His name's Coco.
Coco the pug. Nice.
And she's got 2 6-month-old kittens.
Well, she's going to be busy.
Yep.
I hope she has removed everything breakable from view.
Well, she's got 5 kids as well, so.
Oh, so there's nothing breakable in the first place. Got it.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm actually amazed that all my neighbors are so active right now. There's like a crap ton of people outside in the street. I'm like, were you guys all partying? I remember waking up briefly at some point and there was really loud music and I was like, really? I'm like, go to bed. But we did have downpours here, so that cut down on the fireworks, so that was good. My dog finally calmed down. Poor baby was shaking. Ever since we had that one 4th of July, that it sounded like we were in an artillery zone. I mean, it was surrounded all sides of the house, and that freaked her out. Before that, loud noises didn't bother her at all. But after that,
oh, bless her.
So she finally calmed down.
My puppy's scared of fireworks.
Even the cat kept trying to cuddle up to the dog to try and make her feel better. It was funny. Dog wanted no part of Onyx last night either. She's like, get away from me.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Kathy, they were doing them all day here yesterday. All day.
Don't like fireworks.
Around maybe 11:30 noon, 11:30, 12 o'clock, like noon on. Because there weren't any going off when my mom was here, and she left at like 11:30. But I know it wasn't too long after she left that I started hearing the pop, 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 pop all over the place. I'm like, crap. So I couldn't put Simi outside because it was just, she wouldn't go. And I wasn't going to have her outside where it's even louder, so. Yeah.
Oh, it's only 3:30 and I need to go back to bed. Oh.
Poor Wendy.
That's what you get.
Yeah. So it'd be really bad for me to start yelling right now, right?
Yeah. I can't even lift my head up, Kodi.
How would I do that to you?
I'm holding my head up with my hand.
Aww. I don't know about you, Wendy. You should know better.
I know.
Old enough to know better, young enough to do it anyway.
Yep. And it was fun. It's the day after I don't like.
As long as it was worth it.
I don't know about that one.
Well, TG, that's because I am one. Hello. Have you met me?
Yeah, Kodi is a witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Kathy? That's why I was like, Happy New Year. How is it happy when you're dealing with hangovers the next day?
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't do it next year.
Well, I hope that he feels better soon, Jessica. That sucks. Yeah, I've been feeling like crap for like 3 weeks, just blah, and really, really tired. And TG, you are such a fucking liar. Stop that.
It was self-inflicted, Kathy.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely self-inflicted.
Quit your fibbing, TG. Jeez.
Yeah, TG, my angel girl.
Oh, God. Y'all are going to make me throw up with all this bullshit.
Oh, don't talk about sick.
Well, you know, it's when the room starts spinning, it goes around and around and around.
And I've got a really loud toad. He's really loud.
Poor Wendy.
Yeah, poor Wendy.
Zero sympathy.
Yeah, 0. I did it to myself.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And did you have a good Christmas, Cody?
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on well, Christmas Eve, I popped on a Rhonda's live and I was on there until like 30 seconds before my show started.
So you were nearly late to your own show.
Yep, I was almost late to my own show.
Awesome.
And then I was on there for a few hours and I was just so exhausted. I couldn't keep going any longer. I had to get up and go to bed.
Oh, bless you.
So I was tired. But no, my mom got these trash bags that have like a lavender in the scent stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm allergic to lavender, so I've had a headache ever since she got them.
Oh.
Yeah, Kathy, I hear that. Well, me only having one leg and getting drunk would be really stupid because I would end up on the floor and that would be bad. Or I'd be like wheeling myself into walls and shit. Yeah, that would not be a smart combination.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was quiet. My mom came over after everybody left her house and brought me food. So
Oh.
I still have cheesecake in my fridge. And
Ooh.
yeah. And she brought me over enough for 2 meals. So I had my Christmas dinner and then the next day I had the rest of it. And
Oh, bless her.
yeah. And she remembered the Cool Whip this time because she brought me she brought me like two pieces of pumpkin pie, which they were like small pieces. I guess it was a small pie. And
Yeah.
then 2 pieces of this apple pie. But the apple pie, like when we put it in the fridge and it got cold, it got rock hard. So I'm like, yeah, so I can't eat that. But she did bring Cool Whip, so I was able to eat pumpkin pie the correct way. You know, more Cool Whip than pie. And yeah, it was good. It was good.
Good.
Yeah. And my son messaged me in the morning, Christmas morning, and wished me Merry Christmas.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah. Of course, I called my mom later on, and she's like, "Yeah, I asked him if he was coming to your house." So she probably asked him if he had wished me Merry Christmas, and then he messaged me. I don't know. I didn't ask him, but he told her no, he didn't have the gas money yet. My mom gave him $100 for Christmas, so. And a couple of days later, they all went to the movies, and came over here to pick up a package that had showed up. So I was like, I thought you didn't have any money. He was like, well, I got the $100 from Grammy. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks for stopping by, then. You know, it's all right. It's all right. So it was me and Simi and the four beasts. your angel baby is going to be mad because Onyx just stole her spot in the box.
Uh-oh.
Yep. She waited until Marty walked away. Marty's over getting a drink of water. So there will be a fight soon. We'll probably hear a catalanch. Oh, I love chocolate orange. I love
Yeah,
those things.
I don't even like chocolate that much.
Yeah, I know, you're weird.
Yeah.
You don't watch movies and you don't like chocolate. I'm so shocked we're friends.
I don't eat a lot of chocolate.
You guys ate my chocolate.
No, that was Toad. That weren't me. I didn't do it. I'm innocent.
Yeah, Toad bought me a bunch of
Yeah,
UK
he's
UK chocolate, and then before they could send it, they ate it all.
well, he's gonna redo it for you and send it you.
Okay.
And I've said to him he's got to send it straight away as soon as he's done it.
Yeah.
Because
Otherwise,
otherwise,
he'll eat it all again.
yeah.
I'm like, damn, I was so close to having UK chocolate, and look what happened.
UK chocolate's good.
It is good.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm innocent. TJ.
No, Wendy's not innocent. Wendy is wicked.
Mm.
Not right now, but
No, not right now.
dark milk? What is dark milk? Is that like dark chocolate?
Yeah, dark chocolate.
Okay. Happy New Year, Bobby.
Happy New Year, Bobby.
Yeah, TG, no, you're still lying. What is it with you two lying all the time in my freaking lives?
Because we're Brits.
Oh, Brits lie? Is that the thing here?
Yeah.
Well, it must span the UK because she's in Wales and you're in England, and
Ah,
you're both fibbers.
yeah.
Happy New Year, Barbara. Damn, my neighbors are loud. Now the sun's gone. It looks like it's gonna rain again. And Marty's trying to get her spot back. She is not happy that Onyx is all curled up on that box. It's like she's trying to figure out a way to get up there to get her off there, and there's no room. And no nightclubs are open where TG is.
Oh, no, I didn't go out clubbing. I just went to Jack's mum's to get drunk. Yeah, no.
Marty has given up the box. She is leaving.
It's only round the corner, so I didn't have far to walk home, but I can't remember getting home.
Marty is heading for her alternate box.
Oh, bless her. My angel baby.
Yeah, the cat's such a bitch.
She's an angel bitch.
She's an angel bitch, all right. And she's looking at it like she's never seen it before. She sleeps up there all the time. There we go. Just lay the fuck down. Stop being a brat. Jessica. Hey, as long as it's sealed, you're fine. God, I haven't been to a club in forever.
Yeah.
And the last time I was at one, I had some guy ask me if I knew where he could get crack or coke or whatever. I'm like, do I look like I fucking do coke? What the fuck? You're asking a fat girl if she can find you coke. I don't know. You go away, dude. Stupid.
Oh, dear.
People are whack, you know?
I have cleaning to do.
You always have cleaning to do. I don't see you doing it with a hangover.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. You get the day off. Toad feels fine. Tell Toad to clean.
Toad's still lost in it.
Then you can go behind him and fix it later.
Okay.
Right, TG? I only want chocolate. I do have chocolate cheesecake, but I'm not a real big fan of chocolate cheesecake. It always tastes sour to me.
Oh no, I can't do chocolate right now.
Ooey gooey chocolatey goodness.
Oh.
Could be worse. Could be Marmite.
Oh, easy. Oh.
How to torture Wendy 101. I love you, Wendy.
I love you too. Why
She's
did
all
I
like,
come
what?
on?
Wendy's all like, why did I come up here for this abuse?
Yeah,
Because you love me.
I do love
Yeah,
you.
I love you too.
I haven't been around much, so I thought
I
I'd come
know.
in and say, "Ha!"
Yeah, Kathy, chocolate cheesecake always tastes sour. It's ugh. TG. See, this is why she's not an angel. You see that? Marmite is nasty.
It is nasty, TG. I'm sorry.
You should have seen Larry try Vegemite. That was hysterical. Oh, Bobby, no, he can keep that shit. Mm-mm. Yeah, I love chocolate and cheesecake separately too.
It's not even that cold here. It's raining like per usual, but it's not cold.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's raining here too, but it's supposed to be like 73 here today. Yeah, well, Bobby, you can tell your igloo brother to have fun with that. I will pass. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, he said cigarette. It's like eating a cigarette. Yeah. He was close, but it's more like liquid ass. Okay. It's so gross. And he put a ton on that flatbread. Oh my God. He put like 5 times the amount you should actually put on there.
Ew.
When it breaks through Larry's non-existent taste buds, you know it's nasty. I mean, this is a man who dunks pizza in coffee and eats it without a problem. He can't, it doesn't taste gross to him.
Ew.
He's eaten some very strange things and has no problem. I mean, he did the Bean Boozled challenge and barely even noticed it, you know? But the Vegemite, that got him. Yep.
I
Now
almost
y'all,
threw.
now y'all know why I was going to rat him out if he was going to try it first. Like, he's like, oh, I should taste test it. No, you cannot do that. You have to have your initial reaction on the live. Because he was
I
going to,
almost
what?
I almost threw up doing Bean Boozles. Ew.
No.
They're nasty.
Yeah, of course they are. They're supposed to be nasty.
The dog food one is nasty.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't eat shit like that. No, there's cigars, cigarillos, and cigarettes. They're 3 different things. Oh, fag, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the actual meaning of fag is either figs or a bundle of sticks. So I never understood why people use that as a derogatory term towards gay people. I never did. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll call them fags.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I never got why that was used as a derogatory term. I know you wouldn't say anything derogatory, brat. Kathy being a brat. She feisty this morning.
Yeah, cafe. It is slang for cigarettes in the UK.
No, Kathy is an angel. TG, you are not.
TG, you're still my angel.
Yeah, you can be Wendy's angel, and Wendy can be your angel. I know neither one of you is a damn angel, so no blanket statements of angelical beings here, unless it's Kathy, or if Victoria shows up. Good morning, my Susanna. How are you this morning? Happy New Year.
Right, Kodi, I'm gonna go and knock myself out on bed.
I don't think it's going to take much.
'Cause
Well,
I'm done.
happy hangover day, Wendy.
Thank you. Love you all.
Tell Toad I said I love him.
I will do.
All right, love you,
Bye.
girl. Bye. Yay for hungover Brits. Oh. She'll be fine as soon as the hangover wears off. Drink lots of water, Wendy. Stay hydrated. That's usually why you end up with a hangover, is because you're dehydrated. So Susanna was live last night. I was in there for a little bit, but it just hurt too bad to type. And since I wasn't on the panel, I couldn't verbally say anything. So, and then my back hurt, so I laid down. So what's on the agenda today, Susanna? Where's Tina? You got her slaving away already? Well, Kathy, that's because you went to bed at, well, it was still daylight out. Ew, runny eggs, gross. I like my eggs over hard when they're fried. And yeah, that's a thing. Break the yolk and flip it. Because my mom made fried eggs one day. I don't even know how old I was, but it horrified me because they were still partially raw. And it was gross. So ever since then, I can't eat fried eggs with runny yolks because I'm totally paranoid that it's still going to be raw. Nope. The yolk has to be broken. You have to flip it. I want that whole fucking thing cooked. It's okay. Debbie. When you have the circle in the toast and you crack the egg in the middle, my kids used to like eating those. Yeah, I like my eggs completely cooked. Completely done. I mean, not rock hard, like, you could use them like frisbees, but yeah, I forget what the kids' Nana used to call them, but she's the one that got them hooked on that. Yeah, Barbara, nope. Yeah. I do too, TG. I love Cadbury cream eggs. So I took people's advice and put my PayPal thing in my description with the little teaser on there. Buy me a Pepsi, because that whole buy me a coffee thing, I won't give my social security number to them, so I just put my PayPal in there because people are like, put the link in so people can give you something if they want to. And I'm like, okay, but you don't have to. It's not mandatory. Just figured to let people know it was there. Sausages and spaghetti. Nice. I might have cheeseburgers tonight. I'm feeling industrious. If I'm not feeling industrious, it will be chicken and rice. My mom didn't bring over any pot pies, so I can't cheat and like not cook. I have to cook something. Depends on how I'm feeling and how my hands are. Mm. Because TG likes to use words that don't apply, like burger. Yeah, Bobby, I would too. I don't know. We've had to do the all vegetable and pasta or rice or whatever for a few days, and yeah, it's a veggie patty. I wouldn't be able to do it full time. I need to have some meat in my diet. Humans were built to be omnivores, so I fully embrace that because you know what vegetarian is in Native American means bad hunter. Dibbly doo. Y'all are silly. Yep, bad hunter. No, TG. Wrong kind of hunting. Crazy Welsh brat. Gabby. Mm-hmm. Sure, TJ. Yeah, been there, Kathy. It's one of the reasons I told John we had to just be friends. Otherwise, it was going to be mandatory that I kill him. So he opted for friendship. Imagine that. Ugh. So nobody has anything planned for today, huh? Waiting for prescription meds to kick in. That does not sound like fun reading. Saw swans this morning. That's cool. Giggle Girl gummies are already working. Yay. Simi is very happy that Onyx has decided to steal Marty's box because now Simi gets her spot back and the cat's not on the bed. The zoo I live in, I'm telling you. Craziness. Never a dull moment. Looks like wind's picking up. Wow, wind is very much picking up. It's windy outside. Mhm. Hyped up chihuahuas outside. Right, Danny? Badges and boxes. Well, welcome to my show. Hey, Ted. Happy new variant. Yeah, thanks. Happy New Year. You're eating the wrong gummies, Debbie. I've never had gummies, so I don't know. Well, that's sweet, Barbara. Three. Oh God, Kathy. Uh, Ted. Nope, nobody was handing them out. That box that the cat is sleeping on actually has a crap ton of beads in it. So nope. Those are mine. I'm a bead hoarder. Morning, Ken. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Do, 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 do. It was packed all nice and neatly with some protective paper and foam stuff on top of it. And Marty, the non-angel, tore it all out of the box. So now it's hanging out all over the place with a big fat black and white cat on top of it. It looks like a cat muffin because she's too big for the box. The box is too small. So Kathy doesn't swallow. Good to know. Wes, it just exploded somewhere. Bye, Jessica. Happy hunting. Hope you find lots of stuff in the dumpster. Absorption is good. Also good to know. And again, Wes just exploded somewhere. Hey, Kathy, he's not near the fires in Colorado, is he? Because that would seriously suck. I was thinking of him yesterday when they mentioned it in the chat. In Victoria's fires in Colorado. I mean, shit, the man's going through enough, you know? Oh, good. That's the last thing he needs, you know? Fire! Okay. Well, I don't know if they got it contained or not, but hopefully they did. I had friends of mine in Oregon that had smoke pouring into their yard when there were the fires in California and Oregon and everything, and they thought they were going to have to evacuate. She was putting bowls of water out in her yard for animals that were fleeing the fires. That's how close they were. So, yeah, it's scary. It's very scary. Damn. That's some scary shit right there. No, Danny Mae, there was fires going in Colorado yesterday. Day before. Let's see. Up to 1,000 homes were burned. Damn. As of 15 hours ago, no deaths have been reported yet. It's across parts of Boulder County. I'm not seeing where it says it was contained or not, but they're reporting damage and stuff. There's one from the Washington Post 17 hours ago that said Colorado residents start returning home after wind-fueled grass fires destroyed homes and property. So, and as of 3 hours ago, USA Today posted firefighters survey wildfire destruction in Boulder County. So I'm assuming that they got it under control. Oh, damn, Debbie. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat for a minute. I got something crap in my eyes from my allergies. I didn't disappear though. Still here. Oh, that is the weirdest feeling. You know when you get sleepers in your eyes, like when you first wake up and everything? I get that all day long when my allergies flare up. So I end up getting like a film across my eyes and it all gunks up in the corners and underneath the bottom eyelid and everything. Ugh. Yeah, Debbie, that's not good luck at all. Well, I hope you came out of it all right. Good morning, Judy May. Happy New Year. Yeah, it's really annoying, Bobby. Oh shit, I gotta update my Chrome soon. My little update oval is in red. Pretty soon my Chrome will start acting up because I haven't updated it. Hate it when that happens. So is anyone actually making New Year's resolutions? I stopped doing that a long time ago too. Nah, Debbie. Whoops. Love you, Danny May. Have a great day. Yeah, TG, good luck with them. Right, Kathy? Yeah, I don't make New Year's resolution. I mean, I resolve myself to do things. I mean, I've accomplished a lot this past year, so I gotta push myself and get behind the torch and get some stuff made. No resolutions. Don't have time for that. Yeah. I don't like unrealistic expectations. Yeah, I hear that. Oh, my back hurts. Good God, Wendy. How can you eat any more food? You're always eating. Hey, Jimmy. Happy New Year. There you go, Kent. That was my last New Year's resolution, too, I think, was to not make any more New Year's resolutions. I've done pretty well. How'd your auction go, Jimmy? I think I slipped through it. Sorry. I don't pick when I sleep. I just, when I'm tired enough that I know I'll fall asleep, I sleep. Bobby, I can only go so far with that one. Because I'm not blanket kind to just everybody. If someone is a pain in my ass, I'm going to tell them so. And some people would consider that not being kind. I personally consider it to be a public service announcement, but yeah. I mean, shit, then I'd have nothing to rant about. What the fuck am I going to do sitting here for 2-3 hours with nothing to rant about? I mean, come on, what the fuck? Oh, there was no auction. Okay, well, at least I didn't miss it. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, you never know what that person is going through, but that person doesn't know what I'm going through, and they're annoying me. So, Okay, Kathy. I can usually tell though if someone's just being an asshole or if they're just having a bad day, or um, or if they're completely full of shit and playing people like a fiddle to get attention. I have good instincts about stuff like that. But I'm not unkind on purpose just to be unkind. So cool, Jimmy. Okay. Darlene. Yeah, Heffrey is full of shit. You saved $54, spent 65. Ouch. No, I'm not talking about you, Jimmy. If I thought you were an asshole, I'd be like, Jimmy, you know what? You're an asshole. Come on, have you met me? Hello. Nah. I agree. I think honesty is key too. Although John told me a few times I was too honest. And I was like, no. See, John could be honest, but he would be really blunt and not tactful. You know, like his wife had some feminine hygiene issues, and he would literally be like, "Go take a shower, you snatch smells." And I'm like, there are nicer ways to say that. He goes, "What? It's the truth." I was like, "Yes, but there are nicer ways of saying it without embarrassing the crap out of her." He goes, "Well, then she shouldn't have a smelly." Yeah, I'm like, I'm out of this conversation. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, yeah. But I mean, if something's irritating me, y'all know me. I'll rant about it for a little bit, and then we're good. Unless it repeats itself, and then we rant about it again. But we had a nice Friday. There was no heffalumps. We were good. Yeah. I mean, there are ways to be honest and be tactful about it, and there are ways to be honest and be hurtful about it. She just irritated the crap out of him all the time. She would scream at him and just they were the poster children for divorce before they even got married. Uh, I, uh, but you know, it is what it is, and she didn't even send me anything about. Wow. She didn't even send me a Merry Christmas or pictures of talent for Christmas or anything. So that should tell you about what's up with that. I didn't get to talk to Cal. Yeah, I saw it, darling. I didn't get to talk to Talon at all for Christmas. Sucks. Well, I actually bought myself some presents at Mr. Jim's. I had a few dollars left over from money that was sent to me, and so I got the hell did I get? I know I got a garnet cabochon. I got moonstone cabochon. And I wrote it down because I'm smarter now. I keep track of the things that I spend money on. That first stimulus check, I did not keep track of anything, and I way overspent. And I'm like, how the crap did that happen? So now I write things down. So I got a star garnet cabochon. I got a rainbow moonstone cabochon. I got 2 amethyst cabochons. They're different shapes. One's an oval and one's a teardrop. And so I'm still waiting for the invoice for that. But yeah, birthday presents for myself because this is the beginning of my birthday month. Irene's too. I think I had 79 subs when I went live, but I mean I was using StreamYard, so you can go live as long as you're using StreamYard and not YouTube itself. You can go live. And Wendy's done it on YouTube itself. So, how many subs do you have, Wendy? Woohoo! I have 266 now myself. Yay, go me. Moving on up. Notification. Wrong phone. I feel like a drug dealer because I have 2 phones. They're not both active, so. Only one is active. But I keep the other one here because, hey Susie, Happy New Year. The alarm is better on the old phone. So I keep that one handy for my alarm. Yeah, you need 1,000 subs to get monetized with 4,000 watch hours. I have almost 5,000 watch hours, but I only have 266 subs. Hey Patrick, Happy New Year. And for anybody that didn't see them, there you go. Fireworks. Boom. Yeah, I can actually, let's see. Bada bing, bada boom, bada boo. God, this laptop is slow. I have 4,838 public watch hours. I only have 266 subscribers. And I will start losing those hours come January 22nd because will be a year. Hey, shopkeeper. How are you, Dee Dee? That'll make me cry, Debbie. I'll be like, I want to go play in that store. Yep. I went live on my birthday. It was my very first live last year. But my lives are usually long enough that I won't probably even notice losing them, so. And it's okay, because I don't have the subs anyway, so not yet. Hopefully that will change when I start being able to video me making jewelry or doing lives while I'm making something. If I can figure out how to get my laptop out to the craft studio. It is my birthday month, Wendy. It's Irene's birthday month, too. Yeah, Dee Dee, I hope your family's hanging in there too. My eyes are driving me crazy. So someone was brought up on Susanna's live last night. Tina brought it up, saying that people pick on her because of her accent. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, Toad's birthday month too. Happy birthday month, Toad. I've never heard anybody make fun of Tina's accent, but I like the accent because it reminds me of living up in Massachusetts. Reminds me of home, you know? But listening to people try and get them to say, you know, car, car, beer, bear, it was funny. Ooh, well, I hope not, Dee Dee. I hope he has only mild symptoms if he did get it. There were varying stages at my mom's house. My granddaughter didn't get it at all. My grandson had it, but had almost no symptoms. My daughter had it, and she had like a cold. It was like cold symptoms for 3 or 4 days. My mom, however, got nailed. She was down for 16 days and couldn't do anything, and she's still dealing with the repercussions from it, having a hard time breathing and all that. So, ooh, that's not good, Debbie. Everybody needs to stop being sick. Stop it. Just stop it. Everybody get better, including our giggle girl. It is, and my mom is 89, so she she got it in September, and she's still having a hard time. She gets winded really easy and tired out really quickly. So I need a bigger candle. I have way too many people in my candle. Kathy, where'd you go? Yeah. My heart goes out to everybody that's dealing with COVID, whether you're yourself or family or whatever. It's gonna be awesome. All right then. Dibble has made a statement and it must be so. Make it so. Yeah, you're there, but you're not here. Yeah, I hope everybody has a good year. A lot of people are dealing with a lot of sadness at the beginning of it, so hopefully it will get better for everybody. Yeah. Double checking on a key cat. Welcome to my show of awkward silences. I am so tired. I am ready to go back to bed. My hands are killing me. My back hurts. My eyes. And you know when your eyes are all fucked up, it makes you more tired because your eyes feel like all sandy. Like you just want to keep them closed, you know? My head hurts. I'm a mess. Hi, my giggle girl.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hang on.
Debbie, you know, I used to want to do that. I did. Now I cannot imagine even trying to navigate an RV with the wheelchair, but I wouldn't be able to afford the gas. RVs use a lot of gas, so.
All right. Sorry.
You're
I
fine.
can't get this open.
But yeah, I used to want to travel. I used to want to travel around an RV. I wouldn't be able to do it with Simi though. She will not go to the bathroom if we're traveling.
Aw.
Yeah, we went from South Carolina to North Carolina to Florida, and she would not go to the bathroom that whole time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a long way.
It is. We got to Florida, man. I swear this dog was pooping and peeing for a good 15 minutes when we got there. Because I was able to let her in the backyard and she could run free, but she won't go to the bathroom on a leash.
Oh.
She'll do it on a tie out, but not on a leash.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
It is weird. I'm just like, what? And any other time, and then when from North Carolina back to South Carolina was the first time she was in a car. We stopped a couple of times so that she could go to the bathroom because she was only a baby. She wasn't even 4 months old yet, and she wouldn't go. And we're like, what the hell is wrong with this dog? Is she broken? But yeah, none of the times I've traveled with her will she go on a leash. It's weird. So traveling is definitely out with this dog.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Poor thing would explode.
Sorry.
No, it's true. It's funny.
Sorry.
Yeah, Barbara, I can't get the shot because I can't get to anywhere it is. So,
Well, you're
but
all right though. You're holed up in your house right now, so
yeah, I'm pretty much
not that that's a great thing to be happening either, but you know,
right.
at least you know you're safe except for, you know, the people coming to you.
Yeah.
And that's not very many, so.
Yeah, and the only people that I actually have contact with are my two neighbors and my mom. And my son occasionally when he comes to pick something up.
Yeah.
My mom was so funny yesterday. We were going through the pots and pans that were under my sink, and I was like, well, you know, I said I can't use the tall ones, so I can give those to my son. And so he's got like this small stack of pots and pans because he had asked me if he could take the big pot that we make spaghetti in. And I had told him no before, but then I realized that, you know, cooking in a pot that has high sides, it's not going to be a thing I can do because I can't see in it.
Right.
So I told my mom, I said, well, if he wants it, I might as well give it to him. She looked at me and she goes, I'm not washing those. If he wants them, he can wash them himself. She was so mad when she saw what he did, all his stuff that she had packed up neatly and put in the storage room.
Oh.
Because he went through it all looking for a book and he didn't put anything back correctly. So it's all just thrown all over. And she was so mad. And I was like, yell at him, not me.
I would be too.
And I was like, and you're not neatening it up again either. And she goes, well, we're going to need the room for the stuff that's in your room. I said, I know. I said, and his stuff will get squished. And if it gets wrecked, it gets wrecked. You should have taken better care of it. You know, I mean,
Right.
my mom worked hard and I was very careful. Anything breakable to make sure that it was wrapped up so that, you know, there would be less likely chance for it to break.
Right.
And he's just, you know, there's boxes open with books sticking out of them and everywhere. And I'm like, screw him. If he's not going to take care of his things, then neither am I.
Oh my goodness.
I told my mom she's not touching it.
Wait, so he made a mess in your house right now?
Yeah, in the storage room. where
Oh,
all his stuff is
goodness.
stacked up. Because he was looking for a book.
Shit, if that was my kid, I'd have that shit sitting out on the side of the road and call him and say, it's out there. Come get it if you want it. Sorry.
Mm.
You see why God did not grace me with children. There's a reason. No, I don't know that I would do that. But yeah, I probably would.
Yeah. Well, it's all in the corner in that room. And I mean, he didn't really expand the corner too much. It's just his stuff is just all jumbled up now, you know? I'm like, well,
Yeah.
if it gets wrecked, it gets wrecked. That's on him. I have zero sympathy for that because, I mean, one, he should have had it all packed up before he moved.
Right.
Two, my mom, you know, went through the trouble of packing it all up, and then her and my aunt moved it into that room and stacked it all neatly. And then he comes in and rampages through it like a bull in a china shop and leaves it like that. You know? So,
Do you have to look at it?
nope.
Well, if you
The
don't
only-
have to
the
look
on-
at it, then yeah. Screw
Yeah,
it.
the only time I have to look at it is when I have to go into the bathroom because the bathroom is actually off that room.
Oh,
Which it would be considered like a smaller bedroom, but the bathroom is off that room. So, you know,
Gotcha.
this is why when people are like, "Oh, you need a roommate," where the hell are they going to sleep?
right.
You know, because to get to the bathroom, I'd have to go through their bedroom, and that's kind of rude and very intrusive. You know,
Right.
so nobody's going to want to pay rent for a place where you got people rolling through your room at whenever. You know,
Right.
so.
Rolling. I think that would freak me out if I woke up in the middle of the night and saw something wheeling towards me.
Yeah.
Shadowy
Yeah.
figure.
So, I mean, the little assholes that were in there, they never kept the pathway clear. So whenever I had to get into that bathroom, it'd be like, "Could you guys move your shit, please? You know, I've got wheels here. It's not like I can step over this shit."
Right.
They were so annoying. So glad they're gone.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, so it's all in the corner of that room, and I look at it and go, "You fucker," and then I wheel past it. You know, I'm good.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I
Well, we
agree,
do have
Kodi.
some good news though.
What good news?
It's my mom's brother. Her actually it's her baby brother.
Mhm.
Sorry. His mother-in-law and father-in-law, sister-in-law and brother-in-law all got sick over Thanksgiving with
Mhm.
COVID. And the son and the father were not vaccinated at all. And they died within 8 days of each other.
Wow.
And the mother and the daughter got sick, but they're recovering. They're getting better. They had the funeral last week for, anyway.
That's a good news, bad news type of
But
thing.
they were vaccinated. They had had both their shots, but they hadn't had a booster
Yeah.
yet. So
Well, I'm glad they're recovering from it. That's a good thing.
Me too. It's just awful.
Yeah, I don't come in contact with too many people. And the only people that actually come in my house is my mom and my son. So,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, my mom and I stay away from pretty much everybody as well. I mean, they have to go into the store and stuff, but I go during hours when there's not a lot of people in there.
Right.
And, well, at least try to. Last week we went into a grocery store, and I think it was like 2 days before Thanksgiving. We went to the doctor or something. Anyway, yeah, it was a couple days before Thanksgiving, and oh my God, there was people crawling up your butt, and I freaked out and had a panic attack in the store, and I had to leave.
Yeah. I've had that.
Like, oh
I've
my
had that
God.
happen too.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Jim and Miss Joni. Happy New Year.
Hey, Mr. Jim and Miss Joni.
Yeah, I've had that happen too. So is John. John used to have anxiety attacks panic attacks and stuff if he was in the store and it was too crowded.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I'd see
if
him
I
start
can
getting,
see people, then there's too many people in there.
yeah, I'd see him start getting twitchy, and I'd be like, "You need to go have a cigarette." And he'd be like, "He's fine." I'm like, "Shut up, go smoke a cigarette." And he'd like bolt for the door, you know.
Yeah.
And she'd be like, "What's wrong with him?" And I'm like, "Well, you've been married to him for 5 years. You'd think you'd be able to figure it out by now."
Oh my Lord.
She never even tried to get to know the man at all. They were married for 7 years when he died, and she knew nothing about him.
Sad.
That irritates me. I knew so much about him within the first week. You know?
Right.
So,
I do need to go get my booster though. My mom got hers when we were supposed to get it, but I was sick and I haven't been feeling good enough to go do it and have it. You know, you're not supposed to really get vaccinations when you're sick.
right.
So I was feeling good yesterday, but I don't know. I just ended up not going. That was stupid, but I have to call and make an appointment, I think. I don't know if they have any walk-ins. Anyway, I don't know.
Susie, I don't think I've ever left a store that was too crowded, but I have left the store when my kids were little, when they started acting like little assholes. That's cute. Let's rock this new year. And he sells rocks.
No pun intended. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Get what?
Your booster.
I am gonna get my booster shot.
Yeah, I was not.
If I feel good Monday, I'll go in and get it.
I was never one of those parents that, you know, if the kids started acting up in the store to get what they wanted, that they would get it. I'd be like, nope. And if they started throwing a fit, I'd be like, okay, we're leaving. Nobody's getting nothing. It's going to be a very cold, hungry night tonight. You know?
Yeah, see, I don't understand that.
I would not put up with that crap from my kids at all. They
Well,
eventually
I guess I just don't understand why kids do it, because I was really quiet and shy. I still am, for the most part, unless I get to know people and then I start feeling more comfortable.
Yeah.
But it takes a long time, as you can see.
Yeah.
I was real quiet. I hung like I was like wrapped around my mom's leg while she was walking.
I behaved myself when I was a kid, when we were out in public or at home. I mean, I didn't even learn what the word no was until I was 10. I did not ever say no to my parents.
Right?
But I know a lot of kids do it because if they get upset or something in the store and the parent will pacify them with something, and their kids realize, hey, if I act up, I get what I want.
Right.
You know, I get something. So they start acting up and it becomes a habit for them. So, you know, I've seen it in stores and parents grabbing candy or whatever. I'm like, you are creating a beast you do not want to deal with later. You know,
Right?
that kid's gonna be 6 or 7 years old and throwing a complete connection in the middle of the store, and you're gonna end up having to buy them a damn video game instead of candy someday. You know?
It gets more expensive than candy later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can honestly say, I think I can honestly say, I bet my mom would agree that I never threw a temper tantrum in a store or in public or anything.
Well, see, I had to deal with it because when the kids, Nana and grandfather on their father's side, would take them to the store, they would get them things. And the kids spent a lot of time with them, so they shouldn't have been in that let's spoil the kids every time we go out type of frame of mind.
Right.
And then, of course, my daughter, Kayla, was a very spoiled little princess, and so she would start crying if she wanted something and she didn't get it. So then they'd get it for her. So then I had to deal with this bullshit when I took the kids out, and I looked at them. I said, "Who are you here with?" And they'd be like, "Mama." I'm like, "Uh-huh. And what's gonna happen?" They're like, "We're not gonna get anything." I'm like, "Very good. Let's continue on then, shall we?"
You know? Make sure the rules are known before you go in.
Yeah, I mean, my kids learned that with me, they were more likely to get a treat if they behaved themselves rather than throw a fit or act like a brat in the store. You know, I use positive reinforcement, not, oh, you're acting like a little shitheel. Let's buy you something. You know, what the no. When you reward bad behavior, that's all you're gonna get.
That is true.
So and I mean, I was an only kid. I was an only child, so I couldn't even blame stuff on a brother or sister. I tried blaming the dog once. My parents didn't buy it.
Yeah, I've always been a mama's girl.
I wasn't really either. I mean, I was a daddy's girl until a certain age, and then he just seemed to not want anything to do with me anymore. I think I was like 7 or 8.
Right. Been there.
Then all of a sudden it was like, he couldn't be bothered. I'm like, what the hell?
Right.
But
My dad was too busy out chasing tail. He was never around.
mine wasn't, as far as I know. He might have. I don't know. I have no idea. But my mom didn't want sex at all, so I really couldn't have blamed him if he did. I
Right.
don't think she would have either, because I mean, she just wanted nothing to do with sex at all. So I know I heard that argument several times at night. Not an argument I wanted to hear my parents have.
Right.
It just was not the conversation I wanted to overhear. But their bedroom was like 12 feet away from mine, so I had no choice. Especially when their door was open. I'm like, oh my God. And I was not allowed to close my door.
Really?
My door had to remain open.
Oh.
Yeah. That was one of my dad's weird rules. I don't know where that came from, but
Interesting. Yeah, my
yeah,
dad
Debbie.
was away on business all the time, so
Yeah, my dad owned his own business for a while, and he had a garden. They had like a 1/4 acre garden. It was huge. So, and he
nice.
manicured the lawn. I swear that man was out there with a ruler and freaking fingernail clippers trimming that lawn. Serious. Well, because he had to have it a certain height because he practiced his putting in the backyard. And
Oh.
may all the gods help you if you rode your bike over the corner of the yard. Like if you shortcutted the driveway and went,
Right.
oh my God, the man would throw a fit. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. But he golfed a lot. And then he picked South Carolina as the place that they were going to move. My mom didn't really have much choice in it. He just said, this is where we're moving to when she went. But he picked it because there's a country club here
Golf
in
course.
town. Yeah, there's a golf course here in town. And he was always golfing in Massachusetts. And he came here and he golfed once. And they were here for like 6 years.
Oh.
He golfed once. I'm like,
Interesting.
wow, that's nice. Yeah, my mom bitch. She goes, we moved all the way down here so that you could golf whenever you wanted to, and you went golfing once. My mom used to golf with him. She actually had her own set of clubs and everything. They ended up selling those in the yard sale. Yeah, Debbie, exactly. Get off my lawn. They sold them in the yard sale. She stopped going golfing because my dad made it so miserable for her to golf with him. Because he would critique everything, and he would smack
Yes.
talk. He'd complain to the people, like if they were in a group, he'd complain about how crappy she was of a golfer while she's standing there, and she's like,
Well, that's mean.
yeah, my dad was an asshole.
Yeah.
They used to do a lot of things when I was little. My dad used to, he was in a bowling league. Matter of fact, ironically, my oldest daughter's father, his father, and my dad used to be on the same bowling league. But we never met each other until we were in high school.
Interesting.
That was a little bit of 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon there.
Right.
And he used to go bowling. They used to go square dancing because that was a big thing back in the day.
Yeah.
And we used to go to my grandmother's house all the time. I mean, I was there all the time, but my family itself, like the 3 of us, would go to my grandmother's house all the time. My aunt and uncle lived there. But eventually they stopped getting invited over. And I overheard my uncle once telling my mom, because my mom's like, well, we never hardly come over there, and you never come here. He goes, that's because Jack's a jerk, and we don't like to be around him. I was like, yep, my dad ruins everyone's fun. So, yeah.
Yeah.
My
See,
God.
the family didn't like my dad either. They thought he was an asshole.
Yeah.
Him and my grandpa always butted heads.
Yeah. Well, my dad always, whether it was at home or at my grandmother's house, my dad always started a fight with somebody. He'd either start complaining about everything Christmas morning when we were at our house, and that would get my mom upset. So, of course, she's in a bad mood by the time we get to my grandmother's house, and he's all grumbly and, just He would make holidays pretty crappy. I mean, when I was real little, I was oblivious to it because I was all presents,
Right.
food, goodies, cookies, yay. But as I got older, I was like, wow, you're a miserable son of a bitch. Why don't you just stay home? Like you're ruining everybody's holiday. Stop it.
Right.
I don't know. So, yeah.
My mom liked to go to all the little parties and stuff in her neighborhood, and
Yeah.
my dad hated going to them, but he would go, but then he would be an ass. He would drink and he'd be an asshole.
Yeah.
And then people in the neighborhood started not liking him, and then there were the women who were falling all over him, flirting with him.
Nobody in my neighborhood really liked my dad either, because you couldn't have a conversation with him without him offending you. I mean, he was sexist, so he felt women should stay home, that they had no place working, and that there were certain things girls are supposed to do and certain things boys do. Me and him butted heads so many times because I was a tomboy.
Oh, yeah.
So, I did all the things that girls weren't supposed to do. My bad. And he was racist, so that was fun. He's just, well, I'm glad you're finally home, Darlene. He was just, he would just start arguments with people all the time. And it's, bye, Bobby. Have an awesome day.
Bye, Bobby.
So my mom just stopped wanting to go anywhere, I mean, hell, we'd go out to dinner and he'd start an argument with like the wait staff and shit. I'm like, don't mess with people who control your food. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, my dad didn't do that. I don't remember him doing it.
The least little thing would set him off. And I'm like, ugh. Oh, you've already started on doing Christmas? Yeah, my mom put my laundry in. And then she was cleaning under my kitchen counters. She was doing the last of the cabinets under there. And again, on the floor, which I can't stand when she gets on the damn floor. But there's no stopping the woman. She just plops her butt right down on the floor, but then she has a hard time getting up, and I'm always scared she's going to fall. And she didn't mention helping take the Christmas tree or anything down, so she has to go get the boxes and stuff to pack everything up. So we'll probably do that when she comes over next week.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to touch the ornaments right now, because if I do, I'll just be a balling mess. I figure I'll save that for when I'm able to pack everything up and put it away,
Right.
Because if I start handling John's ornament, I'm going to cry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I have to roll past the Christmas tree every time I go into my kitchen. I look the other way. I don't look at the Christmas tree, because if I see his ornament, I start crying. So I'm like avoiding my Christmas tree.
Well, hang it on the back where you can't see it, but it's still on there.
No, that would be rude.
Sorry.
John's cat would probably run over my face in my sleep or some shit if I did that. So no, his ornament's front and center on that tree.
Gotcha.
Oh, did you tell me? Turkey felt left out apparently of holiday meals.
Oh, wow. I'm glad you didn't, though. They can
Yeah,
cause
I'm
a
glad
lot
you
of
didn't too.
damage.
Yeah, turkeys are a big bird.
Yes, they
That would
are.
definitely leave a mark. Although, free dinner. Yeah, I've been watching Little House on the Prairie. I've been streaming it on Amazon Prime. And a couple of times Pa Ingalls goes out to get like their holiday meal, and the first thing they do, did you get a turkey, Pa? And he like holds up this dead bird, and you're just like, and then you get to watch the mom, plucking it. It's like, ew.
I know, right?
I'm so glad that we don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah.
But you know what? If it came down to starvation or plucking a damn bird, I'd do it.
Oh, sure. I think some people think, oh, I would never this or that. But I think once you're put in the position where you have to in order to survive, I bet you're going to do it.
Okay, Judy May. I hope you have a great day too and an awesome year.
Bye, Judy May.
Yeah, people often ask, if you had to kill something in order to eat, would you do it? Hell yes. Bambi's toast, man. I don't give a damn. Now it would be a little hard for me to go hunting. Wheelchairs are not exactly, wood
Friendly.
friendly, forest friendly, but yeah, if I had to,
Shoot.
wow.
I'd be digging up the squirrel's nuts that he's been burying around my yard.
Yeah.
I wished I'd had my phone out here one of the days, because it was before the lawn guy came and blew all the leaves away
Yeah.
and cleaned out the flower beds for me. And a squirrel, I was sitting out here, and a squirrel, I saw it come by, and I just sat real still, and it ran across, and then it started digging around in the leaves, and it kept looking around, and it buried its nut in the ground. It would have been cute, but I didn't have my phone.
You know why they stash the acorns and stuff in so many places?
So that their eggs aren't all in one basket?
No, because they forget where they put them. They do. They forget. They have them.
Oh, so they don't want to put all of their eggs in one basket, because then they won't be able to find them, but they might run across one of the ones they buried by chance.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah. Pretty smart little rodents.
Yeah. Yeah. We used to watch the squirrels. My neighbor, when we lived in Crackland, my neighbor had a fig tree in his front yard. And I used to sit on my porch and watch the squirrels get drunk on fermented figs. It was funny as hell.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, because they'd go to jump up onto the tree from like 3 feet away, and they'd miss the tree and go right past it and face plant. It was so funny. I'm like, oh my
gosh.
god, what's wrong with these squirrels? And then I realized they were eating the figs that had been on the ground for a while. So the figs were fermented, and they were drunk. I had drunk squirrels running around my neighborhood sideways. It was hysterical.
That is funny.
And squirrels are actually pretty hardy little animals. They can fall out of a tree and like get up and try again. we had 3 fall out of the tree next to our driveway, like in one day. And they just thunk, and then it would take them a minute because they're stunned, falling, 15 feet. And then they just jump up and try and scramble up the tree again. It was so funny.
I heard
Morning,
it.
Barbara.
Hi.
Hey, Barbara.
Hi, Kathy.
How are you doing? Hanging in there?
I'm staying warm.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Yeah, it's very, very cold up here at Fargo.
Minnesota.
Yes, we have beautiful snow. It's a sunny day, and it's very, very cold out. We got a beautiful blue sky. There isn't a cloud in the sky, but it is very, very. It's freezing everything. I mean, it's below zero.
Nope.
So,
That's nope weather. Morning, Key Lime. Happy New Year.
pardon me?
I said good morning to Key Lime.
Oh, I got totally snockered last night. So I'm laying low today. But I don't have any reason to leave my apartment, so anyway, that's
And yeah, you're right. People that grew up having to, pluck chickens and harvest their own meat and stuff like that, they don't have a problem with that. That's how they were raised. My mom and her family and stuff had to do that. They had chickens and okay, Darlene, and all that. But
yeah.
luckily, by the time I came around, we bought the meat in the supermarket, so I was fine. But yeah, if I had to, I would do what I had to in order to freaking eat, I like watching Little House on Prairie because you see how they made do with very little, you know, and they were fine. You know, people back in the day.
Yeah, I grew up learning how to milk a cow, dress a chicken,
Hey, Paul, Happy New
work,
Year.
work in a garden, you know, pull weeds, and all that kind of stuff. Pick eggs. Picking eggs isn't as easy as you think it is, especially if the chicken is in the nest. Plus we learned how, you know, plus and the older you get, the more stuff you get to do.
Yep.
My sister, my younger sister, she learned more of the domestic, excuse me, more of the domestic things. And because I was older and taller, then I was with my dad all the time.
Well, I learned how to garden because my parents had a garden, and we didn't have any farm animals or anything, but I do know how to milk a cow.
My mom does too. I missed the whole conversation because I was inside talking to her.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
She called me.
There's this wonderful, you know, some people think it's kind of yucky, but I kind of like the smell of a warm cow, you know, because when you're,
I'm not laughing at you, Barbara.
but there is a smell that comes
Yeah.
from a cow.
Really?
And it isn't just the back end, but it's the actual warmth that comes from the cow. And
Yeah, cows and horses, all farm animals actually have distinctive smells.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I was a lucky one, and I got to have a pony. Yeah.
I got to ride the
So,
pony at my aunt's place in Vermont. Although after the bee stung it and the pony threw me, my mom was terrified to let me back on it. I'm like, Mom, it was the bee's fault, not the pony. You know, I'm like, I think I was 5 when that happened. My aunt was leading the pony and we were going through a field, which of course had wildflowers and stuff in it. And this bee flew like right past the pony's head, right past my head, landed on the pony's butt and stung it on the ass. And of course, the pony did not like that at all. And it bucked up and I went flying and my mom freaked out. And I was like, it was the bee, Mom. I didn't like bees after that. But but I didn't have any problem with the pony. So, but it took a lot of convincing to my mom to let me go back on the pony.
no, my mom didn't have any problems with the with me doing things on the farm. I mean, we were basically let loose to do whatever, you know, as far as playing. We were allowed to do almost anything we wanted to do.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that's what I mean, you know, I don't. One of the things that DSS had told me, my daughter complained that I made her do all these chores. Now, the kids did not have that many chores. And I'm like, look, if I was living on a farm, these kids would be up 3 hours earlier than what they get up now, and they'd be working. They would have farm chores to do. Are you taking away all the farmers' children? Because you know damn well they're out there doing their chores. I was like, how is it bad that my kids have chores? Apparently it was bad because I didn't pay them. I'm like, hello, I don't own a corporation. They're not working for me. They're learning responsibilities. But nope, I wasn't allowed to do that. But then when my son got put in a foster care facility, they had a chore board where all the kids were assigned different chores. And I'm like, how is it okay for you guys and not me? What the fuck? So yeah, that pissed me off.
Yeah.
So Yeah, my kids had to alternate sweeping and mopping and doing the dishes and keeping their rooms clean. That was it. Oh, and they each had to clean a cat box because they each had a cat. We had like 4 cat boxes around the house, 4 or 5. And they each had to clean one. And that was it. You know, I'm like, how is that too many chores? Wait, and Kayla pulled that. She treats me like Cinderella. She has me do everything. I'm like, look, little girl, if I had you do everything, the house would be fucking clean and DSS would have nothing to complain about. I got no help. And when the kids were little, I got no help in that house at all.
Mm.
So yeah, yay me. So, but I didn't get that. I mean, seriously, there are farms around here. We have, dairy farms. We have horses. We all kinds pig farms. We have all kinds of stuff around here, and a lot of these people have kids, and that they're working the farm. Those kids have
Mhm.
chores. They have to get up, 2 hours early. If it's school day, they have to get up, an hour before breakfast so that they can get their chores done in the morning. But I make a kid sweep a floor, and I'm, Cruella de Vil or something. Mm-mm. Hey, Lizzie. Happy New Year. So I don't know. I was like, if I get a couple of goats, will that count? I had debating getting a couple of pygmy goats at one point. I'd actually talked to a guy. He was going to give me a good deal on a couple of little pygmy goats because I didn't have a lawnmower, and I figured that would keep my lawn trimmed. But unfortunately, there is a lot of regulations to go through and stipulations in order to keep goats. Not to mention immunizations and vaccinations and all kinds of shit. And I'm just like, what the hell? So I vetoed that because we would have had to make an enclosure, and it has to be up off the ground, like their little safe spot has to be up off the ground, like 3 inches. Has to be covered, of course, which is fine. I could see having a little covered lean-to. But no, this thing had to be elevated. They had to be penned in. I'm like, never mind.
A lot of responsibility and crap that goes along with it.
Yeah. And we had coyotes and bobcats in our area, so I was like, nah,
Yeah.
I'm not feeding the wildlife. Nope.
Yep. Sorry.
We sheltered the wildlife. We had deer that used to bed down in our backyard. They liked the high grass. We did. Our weeds and grass and stuff at one point was about 5-6 feet high. And we went out in the backyard, and there's this big round flat spot, and I'm like, what the hell? So the next night, the dogs are like whining at the back door. I'm like, why are the dogs whining at the back door? And I went out there with a flashlight, and there were like 4 deer laying in my backyard. I'm like, oh, okay. I just turned the light off. Yeah, I turned the light off and went back inside. I'm like, yeah, you're safe here. There's no hunting allowed on my property.
Yeah, that's like the woods behind me. I'm sorry.
Not one of the motherfuckers in my neighborhood was so poor that they had to hunt for food. So guy down the street asked John if he could hunt on the property, and John goes, only if you want to get yourself shot. And they're like, what do you mean? That redhead that I live with, she will shoot your ass if you kill an animal on our property. And I would have. So, and I'm a good shot too.
Yeah, there's no hunting in a residential area right here.
Yeah, well, we were out in the woods.
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, way out in the boonies.
We have woods behind us. It's not a very big patch, but we do have deer that live up there because they come down the hill into the yard and graze at night.
Debbie, it's got to be a southern thing, Debbie. I've never heard of that. I've been here 22 years, and I've
Heard
never
of
heard
what?
of that. Debbie said, am I the only one making black-eyed peas and hog jowls? No way, it's a New Year's Day thing. Never heard of it.
Oh, yeah, we used to make, black-eyed peas and cabbage.
Yep. But like I said, my family never did anything for New Year's. It was just another day. So.
Hog cheeks?
Hog jowls, yeah.
Isn't that a cheek?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We never did anything special. It was just, there was no special dinner or anything for New Year's. Because after Thanksgiving and Christmas, my family was done. We were like, we are done cooking. Screw you people.
Mister, you need to have that dog on a leash. Damn it. My neighbors are a pain in the butt.
My neighbors were only a pain in the butt when they're really loud with their music.
No, theirs isn't music, but it's a lot of stuff.
Health and wealth. Yeah, I don't hunt. I'd be more likely to shoot a person than an animal. I'm not joking. I did almost shoot.
No,
I did almost shoot someone. If she
That's
continued,
funny.
if
That's funny.
if this bitch had continued trying to break into my house, she would have got shot. But she was smart enough to run. I had my 9 in my hand. I had my 9mm in my hand, pointed at her ass as she's running away. I was like, "Bitch, if you even pause, I will shoot you right in the ass." Yep. And I shot my neighbor off his roof. I didn't hit him, but I shot the roof, and he fell off the roof. But I don't need to hunt animals, so I don't.
When you get older, some of the rules that they have are actually kind of funny. In our building, there is a no weapons, no smoking, and no candles
See, I wouldn't
rule.
be able to live there because I need all of those things.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, we really don't need weapons, because the thing is, the only thing that goes on around here is drama. There really isn't any, nobody's really physically mean to anybody else.
Yeah. Well, I don't currently have a gun, but I have knives stashed all over this house.
Well, I have a fair set of knives too, but I use them for cooking. But if
Yeah, I have those
needed
too.
it, but if I needed it for something else, I would
I have
definitely
those.
use it.
I have the cooking utensils, and then I have
Other
other
kinds.
sharp, shiny, pointy things everywhere. Hell, I even have one of those. It looks like the Star Wars weapon that the Klingons use. My son had it, and it's still on the shelf out there. I was like, huh. Yeah. It's all one piece, and it's got all these blades sticking out of it, and it's pretty cool, actually.
Oh yeah, those are neat.
Who's aggressive and confrontational, Debbie? Who? Yeah, I'd rather let the animals live. If I can afford to buy my food in a store, I will do that rather than kill an animal that doesn't need to die. Well, okay, you don't have to. We have a few people that hunt that come in here. Jesse, Clear Thrips, he hunts. We got in a heated discussion about that one night. I was like, look, you do you, boo. It's not my thing. But like I said, if I had to, I would. I just don't have to. So
Yeah, hunting is a big thing up here. It's not a real cost-effective way of providing meat for your family, but there are a lot of people that do hunt and fish, and fishing is an easy way to provide food for your family.
it is. I know how to fish.
Yeah. And then, but the hunting, the problem is once you get the deer home, then you gotta process it, and most people don't have the equipment big enough to deal with that.
Yeah.
So then you have take it to a processing plant or a locker plant, I mean, and then they'll do it for you, but they'll charge you an arm and a leg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have.
And,
I've seen the processing places around here and things like that. And there are some people that will hunt, and I don't know if they're trophy hunting or what the fuck they're doing, but they do actually donate the deer meat, which I fully appreciate, because there are a lot of poor people around here that need it because they can't afford food. And there's an organization that will actually go and pick up the deer meat and distribute it to low income families. So that's cool. And they use all the parts of the deer, you know? So yeah, our ancestors lived out the land because they didn't have stores.
yep, that's right.
Could I live off the land if I had to? Yes, I could. I know how to camp. I know how to hunt. I know how to do all that. I know how to cook on a fire. My mom didn't ship me off to summer camp for freaking so many years that I didn't learn something. Yeah, and I cannot stand trophy hunters at all. I think that their animals should kill them before it gets killed.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot stand trophy hunters.
Yeah. Hold on here. Would you like to see my cat?
I think we've seen them, haven't we? Kitty cats. Kitties.
Yeah. Here. Let's see if we can get him in here.
It's hot, Debbie.
Is that?
Well, cowboy coffee.
No.
A
Let's see if we can get the
percolator,
kid.
Debbie. One of those percolator cans or coffee
Yeah,
pots.
they have percolator coffee pots.
You just set
Oh,
it on the fire.
I watched John make coffee on the stove in a saucepan.
Yeah,
A lot of
Yeah.
grounds
that's
in the bottom of
possible, I
that cup,
guess.
but he did it. You could stand a knife up in that cup, but he made it. He was desperate for coffee, and we were out of coffee filters. So
Did you have any paper towels?
no, we didn't have any of those either.
Oh, okay.
You just got to be careful and not swallow the grounds. That's all.
Ew.
Yeah, you can make it in a pan, but most people, when you get camping camping cookware, there's a percolator in there,
Yeah.
and it's got a little basket that the grounds go in,
Yeah.
and then the water comes up through the tube and goes over the grounds repeatedly for a long period of time.
Happy New Year, Lizzie, and you're fine. Don't worry about it.
But now the old churches used to do it where they would leave the grounds at the bottom of the pot, and they would also throw an egg in.
Oh.
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 So
Oh.
hold on here.
Nobody's gonna get a fight over hunting, Lizzie. It's okay. The only thing that irritates me is the excuse people use. Well, we have to cull the deer population. Well, you know what? If you hadn't gotten rid of their natural predators because of overpopulation, there wouldn't be a need to cull anything because nature takes care of itself. But human interference causes imbalances in nature. So that's my only issue with that, is when people sit there saying, well, the deer herds are too prolific. Well, they have no natural predators because you've killed them all or relocated them all. So stop building everywhere, and this won't be a problem. Stay out of animals' natural habitat. Leave damn wolves alone.
Debbie, you don't throw the egg in, you put the egg shell in.
Oh, okay.
And it's the calcium from the eggshell that takes a lot of the bitterness away from coffee.
Really, I just put a pinch of salt in it.
And but I'll tell you something, that funeral, in those old churches where they used to make, what is it, 100 to 200 cups of coffee at one time. That funeral coffee was to die for. It was just absolutely wonderful.
I don't know if I want to drink something referred to as funeral coffee.
But she
Well,
said it was to
that-
die for.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. It was just because weddings and funerals was the time when everybody would get together.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just families, it was the neighbors too. Because a lot of people did not go to church on Sunday, they went, but when a neighbor would pass away, then everybody would show up at the funeral, and they'd eat and talk and share the stories and stuff like that.
Yeah. It turns into a social event.
A celebration of life.
Yep.
Well, when the house next door to us in Crackland got demolished, all that was left over there was a rose bush that had been behind the house. And I told John, I was like, it's my birthday. Go get me that rose bush. So in the middle of the night, he went over and dug up the rose bush. And so when he dug the hole to replant it, I said, hold on. And I went and grabbed the coffee grounds out of the coffee pot. And I grabbed a couple of eggs and I grabbed the honey. He goes, what in the hell are you doing? And I put it all in the hole that he had dug, and then put the rose bush directly on top of all that, and then just covered the rest in with dirt. He goes, that's gonna kill it. I was like, no, it's not. And that rose bush flourished like you wouldn't even believe. And I was like, huh. Yeah, right, Patrick? Keelam, you're lucky. I didn't even get to go to my uncle's funeral. I wasn't allowed. And I was told there was no memorial service or wake, but there was. I wasn't allowed to go. And that's when I still had my leg, so there was no excuse for that. Except for my family just being a bunch of assholes.
Aww.
It's all right.
Yeah, Barbara says some funny stuff.
I said my goodbyes to him at home, so he heard me. It's all right. Yeah, veggie sausages are not sausages. TG, you get some fucked up food you eat over there. No wonder you like Marmite. Ugh.
Ew.
Yeah.
No, I vote no.
For what?
Debbie said, is it still called sausage if there's no meat? I vote no.
No.
Absolutely not.
Huh. The basic composition of sausages consists of ground meat, fat, seasoning, and sometimes fillers. So, TG,
Yeah.
stop calling them sausages.
Call them veggie fingers.
They're tubes of veggie meat, of veggie whatever, paste.
Ew, yuck. Okay.
Ew. Oh, this sounds so appetizing. Meat-free sausages can be made from textured vegetable protein, tofu, corn, which is QUORN, or cheese mixed with breadcrumbs, flour, and other ingredients. At home, you can also make vegetarian sausages from a base of cereals and grains such as chickpeas, polenta, and quinoa.
Quinoa.
Yeah,
Quinoa.
that. Quinoa? Okay.
Quinoa.
Mixing in other vegetables, herbs, and spices. They are not sausages. Stop calling them that. They're veggie goo.
Or else you could call them veggie rolls.
Y'all are gonna kill me this morning.
You know what, Debbie? I actually had cauliflower. I never wanted to touch cauliflower because it looks like brains. But I had a friend of mine send me some stuff from Schwann's, and there were little like pre-made meals that you just microwave, and the mixed vegetables had cauliflower bits in it, cauliflower, broccoli, and carrots, and I was hungry, and there's not that much in those meals, so I ate everything in the meal, and the cauliflower actually wasn't that bad.
I love cauliflower.
It's good.
I eat mostly vegetables anyway, but
I mean, I wouldn't go to the point of having like cauliflower dough pizza or whatever, but
it's actually
Or
pretty
cau-
good.
or cauliflower
Mashed
rice or whatever.
potatoes.
Just give me my rice, damn it.
Well, be thankful you're not diabetic because you wouldn't
I
have
know.
a choice.
I know. Well, even then, I mean, I don't eat enough that it would make a difference. I eat one meal a day, so if I have rice with my meal, it's not going to kill me.
That's true. Is that a kitty?
Yep.
Yeah,
Barbara
that's
Kitty.
my cat, my talking cat.
Mine are
Aww.
sleeping.
Mine
He
talks
talks
too.
a lot.
Onyx talks too much.
Yeah.
Opinionated little bitch. She's currently very snug as a bug on the box that Marty has been sleeping on for the past 3 days. Marty is not happy. She's back to her other box that she had been sleeping on, and she's not happy about it at all. The dog is thrilled because there's no cats on the bed at all now. She actually keeps getting up and moving
I know.
just because she's like, well, I could lay here, and nope, I could lay over here. See, I couldn't handle curry.
Oh yeah, isn't that spicy?
Yeah, they have mild curry, but even that would be too spicy for me. I know curry is huge in England, but I wouldn't be able to eat it. Wendy eats it all the time.
Yeah, I couldn't eat that. I can't eat anything spicy at all.
Yeah, I can't either. I don't know. I would imagine that you could just cook it on the stove, just like rice.
What?
Cauliflower rice.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm sure they make it both ways that you could.
Well, that's a
cook
cute
it.
little meow.
Mm.
It's definitely unique. Oh,
See, Onyx is a loudmouth, and Marty squeaks. So
that's so cute.
it
Yeah.
sounds like one of those little toys, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What he's doing is he's very politely asking me, feed me.
Oh,
That
can see
he, yes.
he's polite.
He's sitting
I
here,
can see the bottom of the bowl, Mom. Move your butt.
Mine
But
swats
then-
at me.
yeah,
as I walk
he's
by.
he's diabetic, and
Oh.
his appetite is just horrendous. But if I fed him everything that he wanted to eat, he'd be having such large doses of insulin
You'd be
that
doing him a disservice.
it would be just awful.
Yeah.
So I have to keep his weight. I have to keep his weight down.
Yeah, Lizzie, I can too. I just have to watch my sodium levels because I have blood pressure issues.
My Aunt Susan's, what do you call those? It's a dog. No, it's bouncy all over the place. What are those dogs called?
Chihuahua,
No.
Jack Russell Terrier.
That's it.
Yeah.
He was just diagnosed with diabetes. I think he's like 7 or 8 years old. Maybe even older than that now, but she feels bad for him.
Lizzie, don't get too excited. Scarlett is talking about everything vegetarian. She doesn't eat meat. So Yeah, we had a Jack Russell Terrier that hung out at the barn that I worked at when I was 12. And it was funny because we had a payphone in the lounge, and every time that phone rang, it was the barn phone basically, but it was a payphone. Every time that phone rang, the dog would be underneath it, bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down. And if you were in the outdoor riding ring, there was windows along the whole one wall of the lounge. So all you could see is the top of this dog's head bouncing up and down. It was so
Aw.
funny. I swear that thing had springs on his feet, man. Oof.
Yeah, Rascal is like that too when he was younger. He still has a lot of spunk though.
Cute little bugger though. They also had two other dogs. They had two bigger dogs. Winston was the only one that was still there. Apparently, the owner used to smoke Winston's and Salem, so she named the dog Winston and Salem. Winston was kind of a sheepdog type of like a border collie mix, and apparently Salem was a German Shepherd. He passed away before I started working there, but
Oh,
Winston got a little too close to the wood stove one day, and he started smoking.
oh my gosh.
Like the hair on his back started smoking. He had just come in from outside, and it was not steam, it was smoke. Because he was sitting about an inch away from that stove. And I was like, are we having dog fritters for lunch? Because that dog is way too close to that stove. So they had to get up and grab him and move him away from the stove because he was just trying to get warm and he was like lighting himself on fire. I'm like, no dog fritters for dinner.
Poor doggo.
Yeah, that little Jack Russell though, there were certain horses that he would just annoy the crap out of, and he almost got kicked quite a few times. And I'm like, when the horse punts the little dog and it goes flying through the air, I will try not to laugh, but I'm gonna be scared to death. But the image of this little Jack Russell Terrier flying through the air would have been absolutely hysterical. Aside from the fact the dog probably would have died, which would have been tragic, but
Yeah.
little dogs and big animals don't go well together. It was one of the girls' Samoyeds that we had a problem with, and it wasn't the dog, it was these kids that their sister was having riding lessons, and the mother just let the two boys run all over the place, and they started throwing rocks at the dog. And
Oh.
I was in the outdoor ring, and I was riding, and this rock come flying through the little woods that there were like, a little span of trees that separated the parking lot from the outdoor ring. And this rock comes flying and hit the horse right behind the ear. The horse freaked out. I went flying, and I'm like, okay, rocks don't just fly out of the air like that. So I went through the woods after I got up and got the horse calmed down. I went through the woods, and there's a boy throwing rocks at the dog. Man, I grabbed those kids by the scruff of their neck and dragged them back into the lounge. And I was like, do these belong to you?
Oh
And
my
the woman
God.
is like, why are you manhandling my children? I'm like, they're throwing rocks at the dog that's tied up outside. I was like, one of those rocks came through the woods and hit the horse I was riding. These kids almost killed me. Could you please corral your children, or I'll put them in a stall and lock them in?
My gosh.
He's like, the owner was like, oh crap, because I was 12 at the time. And I was not putting up with any of this shit. And I'm like, control your children or don't bring them with you. And the owner is like, I'm so sorry. And the woman's like, no, I'm sorry. And she's like, you two sit there, don't move.
Wow.
So then I went and got the horse and brought him back inside and gave him treats because it wasn't his fault. And I checked him. He didn't, get injured or anything, but it startled him. And I mean, I could have broke
Right.
my neck,
Yeah,
So,
my mom was thrown from a horse. She broke her finger and hit her head and had a big.
I was
She was
ironically,
lucky.
I was thrown from every horse that I rode. Well, one of them laid down in a puddle, so it wasn't really being thrown. Except for the biggest bitch that was in that barn. That was one of the barn horses that they use for lessons. She was the only horse I never got thrown from. Every other horse, something always happened, and I'd get thrown. But the bitch that nobody else could ride, I got along with great.
Why am I not surprised?
Great. I called her Moo Cow. Her name was Hazel. And she was white with those little guppy spots on them, like little tiny specks. And the first day that I started that barn, you know, they handed me the wheelbarrow and they said, "Here, go start cleaning out stalls." I'm like, "Okay." So I'm up in the one aisle, and I hear this commotion from the indoor ring, and the next thing I know, I see this guy fly through the air. I mean, he must have flown a good 20 feet, landed in the shaving pile, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" And I go running up there, and there's like 5 people gathered around this horse, and he's getting up, going, "I am not getting back on that bitch. Who the hell was feeding her oats all winter?" Yeah. And the owner turns around and goes, "Oh, here's somebody, we can put her on her." And I'm like, "I just watched a guy get thrown off this horse and you want to put me on this horse? I'm a beginner. What are you doing?" And that horse went all over the ring. I must have said every swear word in my vocabulary. And at 12, that was pretty expansive even then. And I still didn't fall off her. And they were absolutely amazed. And,
Wow.
you know, I was able to walk, trot, and canter. That was my repertoire. I mean, I just learned how to ride the summer before. So, yeah, that was interesting. But me and her had a good rep. I mean, other people had a hard time handling her at all. Even to get her out of the stall, she would snap at them.
Hmm.
And me, I could feed that horse a carrot out of my mouth and not even worry about her biting me.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I love
cool.
that horse. I love that horse. The owner actually had me get on that horse during a horse show because the student that they put on her, why they put the student on her, I don't know, because she was like a medium rider. She was intermediate. She did not have the leg strength to control because Hazel was more of the leg. I mean, it was English, so you're using your legs more than you're using the reins. Reins are just directional, and I agree, Lizzie. A lot of them are, and so the horse wouldn't move. They get her on the horse. They get the horse in the ring. The judges are sitting there, and the horse is not moving, and the girl is crying, freaking out because she couldn't get the horse to move. And I had been sitting on the outside of the ring. I was calling people up when it was their turn to go in the ring. You know, I'm calling their numbers and everything to go in. And all of a sudden, the owner comes walking over and goes, "You." I'm like, "What's up?" She goes, "Get on the horse." I'm like, "What?" Now, I'm in jeans and a t-shirt. Everybody else is dressed like they're going on a hunt club or something, you know? And I'm like, "What?"
Riding clothes. Yeah.
Yeah, riding clothes, the boots, the jackets, the little fucking hats, you know? I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "Grab a helmet, get on the horse, make it go through the course so that it knows what it's supposed to do." And I'm like, "Oh my God." So I did, because she was supposed to be going over jumps. They were low jumps. They were only about 2 feet high. But she had to do it in a certain order and she had to, you know, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" So here I am, you know, the chubby girl who's, I think, you know, I was still 12 because it was during the summer. And I'm like, "Ugh." So I get on this horse and I take her through the whole course. And I get off the horse. And at first they tried to hand me a crop. You could not have a crop anywhere near Hazel. She would freak out. And I was like, "Get that away from this horse."
Oh,
And so
wow.
they hit it behind their leg and like backed up and got it away because her eyes started rolling as soon as she saw it. I was like, "I don't need that." And they're like, "But she won't." I'm like, "Just get it away." And so I took her over the course and, you know, got her back to the girl, and the girl got up, and I grabbed Hazel's bridle and I was like, "Just do what you're supposed to do, bitch." And she did go through it. The girl didn't win. But the judges, I heard the judges talking to the owner, and they're like, "How come that redhead isn't in the show? She would have actually gotten first place in the show if she was showing." I'm like, "Ah, hell yeah." Yeah.
Right.
So that made me feel good, you know.
Yeah.
Stephanie did at one point. Stephanie was the owner. She did at one point want to enter me in some of the shows, but there are entry fees, and I didn't have the clothes, you know. So that would have been a huge expense for my mom, and I just told her, I said, "Stephanie, I can't afford it." And she goes, "Well, I'll pay your entry fee." I'm like, "I don't have the clothes." She goes, "Oh yeah, that would be a problem." I'm like, "Yeah, because those boots, you have to get them to fit correctly. You can't just take someone else's boots, you know."
Right.
So yeah,
Yeah, it's expensive to own horses
yeah,
and ride them and do all those shows and stuff.
yeah.
You
I did
pay
get
more
50
than
bucks.
you win.
I did get $50 for grooming Jay Giles' wife's horse.
Groovy.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. She was very sweet. Her name was Christine. And she was very sweet. Her horse is also the reason I threw horse manure on Jay Giles.
Oh, God.
I warned him to move. And he decided to do that whole "I'm a rock star" attitude thing. You know who I am? I said, yeah, you're the guy that's going to be wearing this pitchfork full of horse manure. You don't get out of my way. And he was like, you wouldn't dare. I was like, dude, the pitchfork's getting heavy and I'm getting irritated. You need to move. I have a job to do. You're interfering with that. He goes, well, we'll just see about. I'm like, you're still standing there. And he's like, and what are you going to do about it? So I threw the pitchfork full of manure on him. I almost lost my job for that. Except his wife thought it was absolutely hysterical and told him it served him right.
That's funny.
Yeah. You know, I never asked him for an autograph either. He came to the barn with her, I mean, a dozen or so times when I was there. I never asked him for an autograph. On hindsight, I should have. I figured he owed me. He almost got me fired. But he only once came in actually looking the part because he was going to a recording or something. And he had the fedora on, and he had the little, remember the thin ties everybody used to wear, the long thin ties?
Yeah, like the Blues
Yeah.
Brothers.
Yeah, he had that on, but with no shirt. He just had the vest and the leather
Oh.
pants. And I looked at him, I said, who do you think you are? He goes, very funny. I'm like,
Yuck. Sorry.
it was funny though. And he was actually one of the first artists that I ever had music from. Yeah.
Huh.
The Best of J. Giles, when my mom finally allowed me to listen to real music instead of Elvis and country. Mm. My mom was
Sounds like
huge.
fun.
My mom was a huge Elvis fan, and my dad was very into country music. So rock and roll was the devil, and I wasn't allowed to listen to it, which put me behind all the other kids because they could all do music 101, and I never could. They're
Right.
like, "Oh, I love this song," and they'd all be singing the words to them, and I'm standing there going, "I have no idea what you're talking about."
Yeah, I'm lucky my parents listen to good music.
Yeah, well, my kids were lucky because we listened to good music.
Right.
My son still rocks out to AC/DC and Ozzy and all that shit. I'm like, hell yeah. He would be out in the other room, like going to sleep or whatever, and he'd have his playlist going, and every time one of the throwback songs would come on from, when I was a kid, I'd be like, hell yeah, that's parenting done right. He also had some tribal stuff, like Nordic tribal stuff. Like it was very similar to the music from Lord of the Rings with the dwarves,
Uh-huh.
almost like a chanting and the bass and all that. And he had some of that music on there too. That was pretty cool.
Huh.
Yeah.
Groovy. I think it's funny when I'm driving in the car with my mom and a song comes on and she's like, oh, I like this. And she starts, singing a little bit of it, copying what they're saying. And I'm like, but you hated this when I was in high school. What?
Right?
You hated this devil crap.
Yep. Yeah. No, the first 3 cassettes that my mom let me get, and she gave them to me for, I think, Christmas, was The Best of J. Giles, The Best of the Who, and The Best of the Doors.
Nice.
She didn't know which album.
And the Doors.
She didn't know which album I would want, so she just grabbed the best of CDs because she didn't know cassettes because she didn't know anything about the music. So it worked for me.
Yeah.
I did have an autograph album from the Cars because my uncle wallpapered a house they were renting.
Ah, groovy.
Yeah, but it got
Like the
stolen at
Cars.
school because, of course, stupid me had to go show it off, and someone broke into my locker and stole it. Yeah, but it was autographed by all the members of the Cars. Of course, that was after they fumigated the house and aired it out because my uncle went to go there, showed up at 9 o'clock in the morning. They were all still asleep, and the whole house was one big weed fishbowl. He was like, okay, you need to open up all the windows. We'll be back in 3 hours. And they left. Yeah. I was like, yep, that sounds about right.
Oh, goodness.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, it was the harder heavy metal kind of stuff my mom didn't care for back then,
Yeah.
but when she hears some of it now, it's not as really as hard as what she thought it was.
Yeah, no, my mom still hates it. My mom doesn't really listen to that much music as far as I know.
To say, God, I've sinned, I'm sorry, forgive me.
She usually has the TV going, although she's having problems with her TV lately. It won't stay on. I'm like, okay. But she
Maybe there's
thinks
a
it's
loose
the
cord.
she thinks it's whatever the receiver box is that they're using because they don't have cable. They're using something else to get TV shows, so she thinks it's that.
Oh.
Like, possible. Either that or you need a new TV. She goes, well, I don't know about that. I'm like, you were gonna pay a plumber like $800 to put in a new sink faucet. Are you kidding me? Which, by the way, I guess she mentioned at Christmas, and my cousin Calvin told her that if she got the faucet, he would come in and put it in for her.
Well, that's nice.
So yeah, so that just saved her $800.
She can go get a new TV now.
I know, right?
You can
Damn.
get a nice TV for $400.
Yeah. So
But I wouldn't get one either if I didn't need it.
yeah.
And if it's something else. Then...
So, but you know, the only way to find that out is for my daughter to mess with it and figure out what's going on, and she never has time to do anything for my mom. So my mom just keeps turning it back on and hoping it stays on.
Aw.
I was talking to her on the phone for like 20 minutes the other day, and her TV shut itself off like 3 times during that conversation.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'm like, Secondhand car, $400? Not in this country.
Huh?
Lizzie said secondhand car, also $400. Not in this country.
Oh yeah, no.
$400 will get you the shell of the car. No engine, no seats, no steering wheel, just the shell.
Or a car that won't start.
Yeah, or a car that has so much wrong with it, it'll cost you $10,000 to fix it.
Right.
Yeah. I did only pay $2,000 for my Jeep Laredo, but I'm still bitter about that. You want to see a safari someday, like in Africa safari, or just like a wildlife park where they have animals? Because I went to one of those. I went to one in Texas where you drive through it and you see all the animals. My dad freaked out because a buffalo scratched his car, or a bison, or whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah.
What do you expect?
Well, they tell you not
driving
to
through
stop.
wildlife.
Yeah.
Right. You're not supposed to stop. You're supposed to continue to drive.
But when one of those big bastards stops in front of your car, you have to stop.
True.
You know. Yeah. Good luck with that, Scarlett. With your luck, you'll end up with a lion on top of your vehicle.
That's one big pussy.
Right?
I'm sorry.
Kitty cat will go, oh, look, it's Toilet Girl.
No.
And poop on your hood. What movie was it I watched the other day that had lions in it? Oh, Sheena. You ever watch that movie?
God,
Tanya Roberts?
not in years. Yeah.
Yeah. I hadn't either, so I was like, oh, I remember this movie, so I watched it. And at one point, there was like lions draped all over this one vehicle. I was like, oh, that'd be fun.
Not.
The guy's standing next to one, and its paw was like the size of his head. I'm like, damn.
Y'all, I haven't seen Ghostbusters since probably when it came out. And I watched it yesterday, and it was so cheesy.
Oh, yeah. Right, TG? Victoria, who thinks the poodle icon is a lion.
That's right.
Until I put the poodle and the lion icons both together, and then she's like, oh, I see it. I'm like, oh.
When I rode the poodle from Larry's.
Yep.
Uh-oh. I have to switch devices.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I went and fed the cat.
Well, I'm sure he's a very happy kitty right now.
No, now he's upset because he wants to go and visit the neighbors, and I shook my head and said no. Well, he's just going to have to. He's great at arguing. just really good at that.
Yeah, Onyx argues with me all the time. Like when I tell her to shut up, she meows at me louder.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, we would watch the Rose Bowl parade while Mom was fixing New Year's Day dinner. And I actually remember some of the special foods that we had for New Year's. And I still have some of those recipes. One is a thing called peppermint fluff. And it's where you take crushed up candy canes and you put it in whipping, you add it to whipped cream, and then you put that on top of angel food cake. And that was a popular dessert for New Year's Day. I can't remember what kind of meat we had. I think we had ham because we always had goose on Christmas.
Yeah,
And
we
then
never did anything special for New Year's at all.
Yeah. But the thing is, again, it was a time of family. It was another family gathering. Many times, families. The Christmas one, the Christmas dinner was pretty much just what our immediate family would have, whereas the New Year's dinner was when we would have the aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews come over. And for us, because we lived on the home place, it was still the family gathering place for a lot of the holidays, because a lot of these families were raised on that farm.
Yeah. Well, we did Thanksgiving and Christmas and then Easter were something at my house and then over at my grandmother's house. Or, well, Christmas was our house in the morning and then my grandmother's house in the afternoon for dinner. Thanksgiving was our house for dinner. And then Easter was Easter morning at our house with like my Easter basket and all that. And then I'd go to my grandmother's house and there's another Easter basket for me. And she would, instead of hiding candy around, she would hide pennies or nickels or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a money hunt, not an egg hunt.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have grandparents because both of my grandparents on my dad's side passed away before my mom and dad were even married. And the grandparents on my mom's side lived like over 200 miles away. So it wasn't likely that they were going to drive all the way up north just to see us.
Yeah.
And the only time we went down, when we went down south, was when there was either a wedding or a funeral to go to. And
well, my dad's parents were in Canada, so I didn't see them very often. And then they passed. I think I was 12 or something when they passed. But my grandparents lived probably about 30 minutes away. So
yeah. I'm kind of a multitasker, and right now I'm watching part of the Rose Bowl parade, and that's really fascinating. That all of those floats, they have to have all of the parts that you see have to be natural natural substances, you know, like you can't have crepe paper or anything like that. And to see them using fruits and vegetables and seeds and flowers, and you know, is it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, Kathy. Glad to see you back.
Thank you.
No, it's called the Rose Bowl Parade.
Yeah, the Rose Parade.
Yeah.
We lived about 30 minutes from Pasadena when I grew up, well, where I was born until I was 12, but we never went to one. My dad took my mom when they were teenagers, when they were dating. Once.
Yep. This year is the 133rd Rose Parade.
Yeah.
Tournamentofroses.com.
Yep.
I had to change the batteries in the remote for my mom before I came back on. I went in the house to get my laptop, and so I got some batteries and I changed it. And she wanted it. The voice talk to command or whatever didn't work, so I said the F word.
Whoops.
And the thing said, "I'm sorry, I can't make any commands with that type of language," or something like that. I was like, what? Anyway, it was fun to be there.
So Kathy, what state are you in?
I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
No, I just don't tell. Some people know, but I don't say it because there's a lot of crossover from dumpster diving, and I also have other reasons why I don't.
That's
Lizzie, the first. Sorry, I was trying to answer Lizzie's question. The first Rose Parade was on January 1st, 1890. And it has been uninterrupted except during World War II in 1942, 1943, and 1945, and in 2021 due to the COVID. It's in Pasadena, California. It's back in Pasadena, California. I guess it went somewhere else for a little bit. It's not really telling me why they started it, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, let's see. What is the origin of the Rose Bowl? Historically, originally titled the Tournament East-West Football Game, the first Rose Bowl was played on January 1st, 1902, starting the tradition of New Year's Day bowl games. The football game, which for us is actually with a football, not soccer, was added in 1902 to help fund the cost of the Rose Parade.
Oh.
So it started off because of football.
That's a good reason.
And it was originally founded by the Valley Hunt Club. So, okay, well, the theme of this year's Rose Bowl Parade is Dream, Believe, and Achieve, celebrating that childhood dreams can become careers that make the world a better place. That's a nice theme.
Happy New Year, Dana. I forgot I can see the comments on my laptop.
It says in 1890, Valley Hunt Club members, led by Charles Frederick Holder, sponsored the first tournament of roses. The abundance of flowers, even in the midst of winter, prompted the club to add a parade before the competition where entrants would decorate their carriages with hundreds of colorful blooms. So there you go. You're welcome.
Sounds like the golf cart parades they have in.
Hey, Dina, Happy New Year. So yeah, I haven't watched a parade in years. We used to, my grandmother lived in Carlisle, Massachusetts, which is right next to Concord, Massachusetts, which of course Concord Minutemen and part of the wars and everything were fought there. And they used to have the Minuteman parade every year, so we used to always go to that to watch watch the parade in person. The best part of that whole day was getting to go to the penny candy store.
Yeah, that would be the best part.
Yeah. I think I was actually in that parade. I know I was in one of the parades. I don't remember what I was doing, but I remember being on the street and everybody like looking at me. I must have been very small.
When I was in when I was in high school, I used to march in marching bands for our high school, and that was a lot of fun.
Oh, me too, Barbara. I twirled a rifle.
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody's still supposed to send me a picture of them in their go-go boots, Kathy.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have to get into the cabinet down there and look through the old photographs. We don't have any sitting around right now.
I quit band when my music teacher almost hit me in the head with a music stand. I was like, nope, I'm done. I got up and I walked out.
You know what? Hold on a second. I'm gonna go ask my mom to look for it so that I don't forget. Otherwise, I'll forget. You know me. I'll be right back.
I was in junior high and 6th grade, and the music teacher threw a fit because of the boys acting up in the back, and he just started flailing around, and he knocked his sheet music off the music stand. So I bent down to pick them up, and the next thing I know, I have a metal music stand flying at my head. I was like, nope. And I grabbed my music, grabbed my clarinet, packed it away, and got up and walked out. And I was like, the man is dangerous. I played first clarinet in band, and that was the last day I ever played. Yeah, my middle daughter was, my middle child was a cheerleader.
Yeah. I played a flute.
She said she was gonna look for it.
Cool.
She thinks she's got it in her phone with her 30,000 pictures.
Yeah, I played the clarinet. I was learning to play the saxophone and the flute, but I was first clarinet. And he demoted me to second clarinet and then third clarinet, not because I didn't know the music, but because I was honest and told him I hadn't practiced. Because I would play a piece a couple of times and I would know it, so I didn't have to practice every night. But he demoted me because I was honest, and I was like, dude, you suck. But when he almost hit me, I mean, he could have seriously injured me because the edge of that music stand would have landed right where my head was. He would have split my head open with it. I was like, nope. If the music teacher cannot control his temper, I'm out. So he's lucky I didn't whack him with my clarinet, but I knew my mom would be pissed if I broke it because she paid a lot of money for it. And actually, my oldest daughter played clarinet in the marching band in the band at school. And their band at school won awards. They would go to band competitions and they won awards for it. And now my granddaughter plays the clarinet. So
And it's sad because the band at the school where I went completely went away for quite a few years, and it just started about 10 years ago, started building a band back up.
Well, they lost their band teacher. It was my daughter's last year, and the whole band thing was over with. But they lost their band teacher because he had a celebration. They had won one of the contests, the competitions, and he had a party at his house, and he was letting kids drink.
Oh,
And someone's parent found out about it, and that blew up. So he got fired, and the whole school went on strike. Like all the kids went on strike because they wanted him back. I mean, their football team sucked. The only thing they had to their credit was the band, and the whole band wouldn't play. They wouldn't play at any games. They wouldn't go to any more competitions. They wouldn't do anything because they wanted their coach, their band
right.
leader back. And I don't know if they ever let him back or not, but now my granddaughter stopped with the she's not playing in the band anymore. I think she's doing ROTC. So so yeah, my family is pretty handy with guns. So both my older daughter and my granddaughter both have gotten awards for the riflery. I got an award when I was at camp for riflery, so that counts. I got one for archery too. They wouldn't give me my damn arrow though. I was supposed to get a blue and white arrow. They didn't give it to me. Fuckers. I got the little pin, but they were supposed to give me an actual arrow, and they wouldn't give it to me because I left camp early and caused a ruckus when I left. Don't tell me I'm going on another 3-day fucking hike in the mountains when your ass got us lost the first time. I even volunteered to stay in a cabin with little kids. I was like, I'll help watch the little ones. I hated little children at that point in my life. I was like, get away from me. But I volunteered, and they were like, nope, you have to go. And I'm like, nope, I do not. So I called Mom to come get me. She's like, why? I was like, they're making me go in the mountains again. She's like, oh, hell no. That was traumatizing. I never went camping or hiking after that because we got lost in the White Mountains in New Hampshire for 3 fucking days.
That would scare me too.
With counselors who didn't know what the hell they were doing. I'm like, I have more wood knowledge, more survival skills than these people have. And they're adults. This is not good. You know? Like, oh my God. So, yeah, it was a little frightening. Because when a 12-year-old is leading a group of girls and the counselors to how to get down off the mountain, you know,
There's something wrong.
was not a responsibility that I should have been. Go down. This, I mean, I don't know why that was hard to understand. Go down. Follow the river. Go down the mountain. You will find the parking lot. I have no idea why that was so hard for them to comprehend. But they kept, we're not lost. And then all of a sudden, oh, I hear water. And both counselors took off like a fucking bat out of hell and left 11 girls standing in the woods going, what? I looked at the girl next to me. I'm like, oh, no, but we're not lost.
Wow.
Yeah. So you can understand why I didn't want to go with these people again. You know? Right. I'm like, no. No, they packed a backpack for me and just threw clothes in. They didn't even care what they were grabbing. They packed it for me and then took it up to the food cabin to pack it with food for the trip. And I'm like, well, you're going to be carrying that and my fat ass because I'm not going. You know? And they were like, you're going. And they're bitching at me. It's like 6:30 in the morning. I'm like, I was like, well, you know what? I was like, did you pack sunscreen? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, I need to go check. I'm a redhead. I can't be out in the sun without my sunscreen. Unless you want to deal with 3rd-degree burns on a freaking, mountain hike. So I went back down to the cabin, grabbed my sunscreen, because, of course they hadn't packed it, and grabbed some change and went directly to the payphone and called my mother and said, you need to come get me. And yeah, we had like 3 weeks of camp left. And They did. They called that, and any camp director that makes you call him uncle is creepy. Uncle Miles. No.
That is
No.
creepy.
I'm like, you freaking pedophile, get away from me. So, and then he was like, well, I can see why you sent her to us because you seem to have a problem. And my mom, oh my God, my mom can insult and complain about me all day long. But if somebody else does it, may God help you. So she starts yelling at the guy. I'm sitting there just laughing. And he goes, well, I see where she gets it from. I stopped laughing. I looked at him. I said, what the fuck did you just say? And he was like, oh shit. Because I was in the room with the man at the time. I was like, you did not just say that to my mother. I'm like, oh hell no. And he was like, he just looked at me and like he's holding the phone like he's gonna use it to fend me off, you know, and he's like, okay, you can come get her. I'm like, yeah, that's what we thought. And I went out and grabbed my backpack and took all the food out of it. I said, have fun with your trip. And I freaking walked back to my cabin, packed up my trunk, and sat there ready to go. My parents got there a couple hours later, and I was out of there. Spent the rest of the summer at my grandmother's house, which was fine by me. Me and my cousin hung out. The girl that lived next door, she called my grandmother Nana, even though none of us were related. And so I figured since she was calling my grandmother Nana, I could call her my cousin. So, yep, we hung out for the next 3 weeks. We were good. Because that's why they sent me out to camp, is because both my parents worked. So all day long I was at camp. And then this last one was an away camp. And it was the first away camp I was sent to. And I only agreed to go because there were horses. It's the only way they were able to get me to go. Because one, it was a Christian camp. And I don't like other people telling me what to do. And I was already not Christian by the time I was 13. So I was like, fine, I'll go put up with their Bible stuff and deal with the horses. And that's pretty much what I did. I tolerated them preaching at me, and I hung out at the barn most of the time. But yeah, there was no way, because we were supposed to go on a canoe trip. It was supposed to be a 3-day canoeing trip. You cannot get lost when there's only one river, there's no branches off it, and it only goes one way. You cannot get lost. I'm like, I'm good with canoeing. Let's go. The last fucking second, they're like, oh, by the way, all the counselors in training took the canoes for their training getaway, and you guys are going to the mountains. I went, nope. Nope. Yeah. Camp Brookwood, Deer Run. Brookwoods was the boys' side, and Deer Run was the girls' side. Yeah. Oh yeah, Lizzie, because I can whack somebody with a damn canoe paddle. I have no problem with that. But
I never went to camp.
yeah, from the time I was 5 years old, I got shipped off to camp every day for the summer, for 8 weeks every summer, because my parents worked.
Well, both of mine did too when I was young, up until I was 12. But my mom had my aunt Susan. She's only 5 years older than me, so she would come babysit me for summer.
Yeah, my aunt, the closest aunt I had, lived with my grandmother, and I don't know why I couldn't just go to my grandmother's every day, but apparently they thought that would be too much on everybody, so I don't know why, because when I was really little, like I said, I didn't even know the word no. If an adult told me to do something, I did it, you know?
Right.
But I don't know.
Well, I have never spent one day in camp. We had a huge farm, and I worked every summer from sunrise to sunset.
Well, we did not have a farm, and my parents wanted to get rid of me during the day, so that's where I went camp. Yeah. When I was from 5 until 11, I was at a camp called Camp Thoreau in Concord, Mass. I actually went sailing on White's Pond, the pond that's in the poem.
Oh,
yeah,
that's neat.
Yep. We had to walk a mile to get there, but that's where we went sailing. Was on White's Pond. Yeah. And I learned that I do not panic in emergency situations there. 'Cause I was like 9 and we were sailing and a storm came in really suddenly and we were a little far out. Before we could get back, the wind had knocked the boat over. And the girl that was in the boat with me, I didn't like her. Nobody liked her. She was new to the camp and she was the most obnoxious little toad. And she's screaming like a banshee. I had to haul her ass up on top of the boat, like because it capsized, so the whole thing was upside down, and
Oh
the
my
mast
God.
was stuck on the bottom, so we weren't going anywhere. She's screaming like a maniac. I was like, "Shut up!" She's like, "We're gonna die." I'm like, "I'm going to kill you." I'm like, "Shut up!" And just kept screaming. I finally got to slap her. I was like, "Thank that felt so good." And she shut up. And the guy came out in the rowboat. The guy that was in charge of the sailboats comes out in the rowboat. And he's like, "Are you all right?" I was like, "I am, but I might drown her." And he started laughing because he didn't like her either. And there wasn't. It was a very small rowboat. And he was like, "Well," he goes, "Let me tow the boat in." I was like, "It's stuck. This is the mast is stuck." It's like, "Shit." I was like, "Look, take her to shore because she's going to start screaming again. And I can't deal with that." I was like, "I'll be fine right here until you get back." And he's like, "I can't leave you out here." I'm like, "Just go, please." She starts crying again. I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "Please take her or I'm going to literally drown her. I will." And so he grabs her, puts her in the rowboat. They get to shore. He comes back and he's like, "I don't want to leave the boat here." I was like, "Give me 5 minutes." And I dive into the water, right? I was like, "Here, hold my shoes." I throw my shoes in the rowboat. I dive back into the water. I got the boat unstuck and I helped flip it upright and we were able to tow it back in. But yeah, I'm like, "Ugh, stop freaking out. What the hell?" So I did learn that I don't panic in a crisis. Unlike, the screaming banshee I was stuck in a boat with just because nobody else wanted her to go in their boat. Ugh. I took the girl's hat and I threw it in the pond at the camp itself because we had like a little pond that you learn how to canoe on. It
Yeah.
was very small, and we used to catch bullfrogs out there all the time. I was the champion bullfrog catcher. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
And I used to love catching bullfrogs. And she was such an obnoxious jerk to this girl Julie, who was a little itty bitty thing. She was tiny. I used to give her piggyback rides to White's Pond because she couldn't walk it. And this girl was just being really nasty, making fun of Julie because she was tiny and all this. I grabbed the girl's hat and I walked down to the pond. I threw it into the middle of the pond. Yep, I did. I was like, "Now leave Julie alone or you're going in after your hat." She was not happy and I didn't care. Julie was like my best friend at camp. Her uncle was actually Alan Alda from MASH.
Oh, wow.
Yep, I got to meet him on her birthday party. That's pretty cool.
That is groovy.
I mean, I was too young to really know who he was, but he was really funny.
Right.
And all I knew was he was really funny. He was Julie's uncle, and my dad later told me who he was. And as I grew up and started watching MASH, I was like, "Oh, that's him." I'm like, "I know that guy." But yeah, she had a nanny, which was very weird for me because I didn't know anybody that had a nanny. But her mom was a lawyer, her dad was a doctor, so they were very busy all the time. And so she had a nanny, and her nanny and my mom used to talk. They'd sit and chat together while they were waiting for us to get out of camp and stuff. So it was kind of cool. But her nanny was very sweet. She was a very nice lady. And she made really good cookies. Yeah, Julie and I, we were tight because I didn't like it when people picked on her. I was very protective of her, and I get like that with people I care about. I get very protective. I'm like, "No, that's mine. Leave it alone." It's where part of the Kodiak thing comes from. Kodiak bears are very territorial, except for those certain times of year when the salmon are running and they'll all congregate in one spot to eat salmon. But other than that, they're very territorial, and they protect what's theirs. So I protect my tribe. Don't fuck with my people. Yeah. Well, I helped teach Julie how to swim too. She was terrified of the water. I don't know why, but I taught her how to swim. Well, she was getting swimming lessons, but I was helping her off the swimming lessons because they belonged to the country club that was attached to the camp. It was like up the hill. And they were able to use the camp pool when the camp got out of session. Like, when the day was over or whatever, they could use the pool. And my mom and her nanny would hang out and chill, and me and Julie would hang around by the pool. And I swam like a fish even back then. So I would get the kickboards, and me and Julie, I'd have Julie practice with me, so I'd strengthen her swimming abilities. Yeah, my dad he used to check me when I was little. He used to check me behind my ears all the time. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Looking for gills," because I constantly wanted to be in the water. Then I discovered horses, and the water was another. It wasn't even in my head anymore. I was like, whatever. I actually got my junior life saving certificate when I was 11. I was one of the youngest people at camp to get one, because I didn't want to have to take swimming lessons anymore. Because it took time away from the barn. Because I would go hang out at the barn all day. The camp actually called my mom and complained that I wasn't going to my activities, and she was like, "Well, is she getting into trouble or something?" And they're like, "No, she's at the barn all the time." And she goes, "Well, we're paying for camp. Let her do what she wants as long as she's not doing anything wrong or getting in trouble. Leave her alone." So, and the lady who had the horses at the barn was the mother of a girl I went to school with when I was in private school. And she's the one who told me about her friend that owned the barn in Westford. She's how I got the job there. Because she taught me how to clean out stalls and take care of horses. That's how I got to hang out. I worked. So, yeah, it's when I learned to ride.
Sorry.
I mean, I had already loved horses as a kid, but I had never been able to ride, So. And she even had a little horse show, and I won first place in the trot, and then I won third place in the canter. So that was kind of cool for me, I was like, "Yay, I won something." When I worked at the barn, I taught myself how to go over jumps with the horses because nobody would fucking teach me. I was supposed to get free riding lessons and free riding time in exchange for working there because I was only 12, so I couldn't get paid. So my exchange for my time and working there was to ride. And none of the teachers wanted to give me any free lessons because they wanted to get paid all the time, And so
Right.
I wanted to learn how to jump, so I taught myself on a white horse named Miz. Miz.
Cute.
Yep. Taught myself. My mom said I look good on a white horse. I'm like, yeah, it's the red hair. But I started her off slow. I put the jump bars down on the ground. I laid them flat. And I put like 2 together, and then I'd space it like 4 feet, and then put another 2, and eventually I'd add more and more to it until the horse was kind of jumping over them. And then I did like a 6-inch jump. It was only about 6 inches off the ground. Yeah. So the horse and I kind of learned together. I don't know if she knew how to jump before that, but she did by the time I was done. Yeah, I love working there. Although when the big horse took off with me on his back, I was not happy. That was probably one of the scariest things I had ever gone through. His name was Randy, and he was a thoroughbred Clydesdale mix. So he was gorgeous, but I mean, the horse had a neck like a tree trunk and hooves the size of dinner plates. I mean, he was just massive. and this woman who called herself a teacher was giving me a riding lesson, and she wanted me to cross my reins over, and she's like, "That horse should be able to turn on a dime." Now, I wasn't a genius, but physics was telling me that this huge horse cannot turn on a dime, and I was like, "He's not going to do that." And she goes, "Just do it. Cross the reins over." Yeah, the horse didn't like that at all. It confused the crap out of him, and he took off like a shot. And I ended up losing my stirrups, and he headed for a 5-foot jump. And I'm like, "Oh, motherfucking," I said every swear I knew, and by then I knew more. And my dad just walked into the outdoor area, the outside part of the indoor ring. Like he came through the lobby and had just stepped through the door as me cussing my ass off at the top of my lungs on this horse went up and over a 5-foot jump. And it wasn't the jump that did it. He landed and I was fine. It was he bucked after he landed. And I went flying over his head and landed in the shaving pile. I'm so glad that pile was there. But I turned my head, and 2 inches away from my head was a jump pole on the ground. If I had landed on it, I would have been dead. And I was still holding onto the reins. And the teacher comes running over and grabs the reins out of my hands, starts yanking on them. And she had a crop in her hand. She raises the crop up, and I jumped up, I grabbed her, I threw her into the shaving pile, and got a hold of Randy. And meanwhile, the owner had witnessed this entire thing. My father's going, "What the fuck is going on? Why did that just happen to my kid?" And
Gosh.
the owner was like, "You have to get back on." Well, either the stirrup or one of his hooves, I'm pretty sure it was a stirrup, hit the inside of my knee as I flew off him.
Oh my God.
And the whole the side of my inside of my knee was swollen like a grapefruit. So of course that was very uncomfortable. And she's like, "You have to get back on, or you're not going to get off." I said, "I'm not that kind of person. I've fallen off every horse in this barn. I'll get back on." And she's like, "Just get back on the horse." And I'm like, "Oh my God." So I get back on him, and oh my God, that hurt my knee so bad. And I walked him around, and my father's over there going, "Get your ass over here. I want to make sure you're okay." And so I walked the horse over. He's like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good." And he's like, "All right, well, do what you need to do. I'll wait in there." I'm like, "Okay." And he went back in the lounge. And I walked Randy around, calmed him down, and then got off him, walked him around a little bit more. Well, I limped him around. He walked fine. I was limping. And 2 days later, Randy got sent off to hunt school because Stephanie said that if that big horse knew how to go over a jump that high, he was going to hunt school, which is where they train them to go over the hunt jumps, cross-country jumps.
Right.
And he ended up doing really well. He got a lot of awards and ribbons and stuff for, in the hunt courses and stuff. So that was good on his part. The teacher, because Stephanie asked me later, she goes, "What made him do that?" And I told her what, instructor had me do. And she goes, "What?" Because apparently crossing your reins is not a thing that you're supposed to do.
Right.
And of course, I didn't know because, I'm taking lessons to learn. She's teaching me wrong. She almost got me killed. She got fired. And yeah, he was a hunter horse after that. Yeah, it was craziness. But I did learn that I could go over a 5-foot jump. As long as the horse didn't buck when we landed, I would be good. But that's scary. Going straight up in the air and then straight down while you're on a horse is very scary if you're not prepared for it. And I was not. Because as far as anybody knew, Randy didn't jump at all. At all. So,
Wow.
I'm like, yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to take off.
Okay, Barbara.
I got some things to do, but it's been a delight spending the morning with you.
Always good having you here, Barbara. Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing.
Take care, Barbara.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Happy New Year. Yeah, I got to name a racehorse when I was at that barn too. That was pretty cool. Because we had a mare that was there because Stephanie's ex-husband owned racehorses. And when a horse was retired or they were put to broodmare, it would usually end up at Stephanie's barn. And this horse, her name was Financial Aid. Yeah. And
That's
when
funny.
when they bred her and she was pregnant, everybody was trying to come up with names of what they could name the foal, And so there were only like 4 of us that worked there, and technically only one that did any work, which was me. Everybody took advantage of the kid that wanted to earn riding time, and they all were like, "Hey, can you do this for me?" I'm like, So yeah, I ended up doing a crap ton of everybody else's stuff, but so we're constantly putting in names and stuff. Well, when he was born, I was like, I put in the suggestion, go for broke. Because I thought since his mom's name was Financial Aid and he was a potential racehorse, Go for Broke would be a good name. So that's what they picked. His name was Go for Broke.
Cool.
And he was a fast little fucker too. He was like he was probably about 2-3 months old. And I know his mama slowed down a little bit for him, but he was keeping up with her and she was going pretty damn fast. And a lot of people that came by and looked at him, like her ex-husband had people come up and check him out, and they said that he had the potential to do really well, to be a strong runner. So I don't know how he ever did. I lost track of all that. Because you're 13 and boys. But yeah, I was pretty happy. The little fucker used to walk on the back of my legs though. I'd be leading him because I taught him how to walk on a lead. But when I first started teaching him, he would walk directly behind me. And his little front hooves would clip me on the back of my feet and on the back of my calves.
Oh gosh.
And I'm like, sharp little fucking hooves they have too. It's like getting kicked constantly, I'm like, stop it. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that baby.
Yeah.
And then he went off for training.
Aw.
Yep. We did get an adult racehorse in there. Now, Financial Aid, I rode her a few times and she was so sweet. She had adjusted because racehorses have a very interesting gait. Their gait is not like a regular riding horse. Yeah, it did, Lizzie. It hurt like a son of a bitch. Their gait is very choppy because they're used to being full out speed,
Right.
So they're not trained to have the gait for trotting and cantering and all that. They're used to being at a full out gallop. And Financial Aid had a more smoother gait. I don't know if she had just gotten used to it or what, but over time she got retrained. But we did get a racehorse in there. I called him Nudge. Nobody would tell us what his actual name was. He had gotten injured. He had a strained ligament. Oh, Pringles. I love Pringles. I haven't had Pringles in forever. So he was at our barn for rest and recuperation, and man, that horse was an asshole. He was so annoying. So I named him Nudge because nobody would tell us what his name was. He was there undercover. And he was like a dapple gray, smudgy color. Nudgy the smudgy, I don't know. But he was a jerk. He actually bit me. I went to pour his food into the food bin and he grabbed my forearm and picked me up off the floor.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh, hell no, you didn't. And I punched him in the nose.
Oh god.
And he let me go and looked at me. I was like, go it again. I dare you. And he backed up. And I'm like, that's what I thought. And then I backed up because he's bigger than me.
Right. Oh,
And and then every time I went to go in that stall, he would back up. He gave me space because he would crowd everybody else, like try and bully them. Hey, Papa Ron, Happy New Year. And
hey, Papa Ron.
he would crowd them, and try and bully anybody that came in there. I'm like, look, if you want to eat, you'll back the fuck up.
Right.
So, he did. But Stephanie had me get on him and ride him once, and that's my fucking ass hurt so bad after that ride because you cannot ride a racehorse like a regular horse. It does not work. It hurts. I was not happy. But we had another racehorse that had been there. She was put out for broodmare, and her name was Plenty Hardy. I used to call her Good and Plenty.
Cute.
Because Plenty Hardy just sounded like the stupidest name to me. And then I called her Hardy Mare, like heart, like the actual heart symbol,
Right.
But she would try and bully you when she had to have her food up at a hay net. So it was hanging off the wall at like head level.
Oh.
But she would try and bully you and grab the hay net and all out of your hands. So everybody had a hard time with her except me. Because she tried that once and I pushed her head away. I was like, don't, or you won't get any hay. You also had to wet her hay down because she had digestive issues. She couldn't digest dry hay. I don't know if it was a mouth issue or what, but we had to wet her hay down. So here I'm carrying, 2 flakes of sopping wet hay down to put in her hay net, and she giving me a hassle? I don't think so. So, and Stephanie had me train this girl who lasted all of half a day. And I told her, I was like, look, I was like, go in, get the hay net and bring it out here, put the hay in it, and then bring it in there and tie it up to the wall. And don't let her take a bite of it until it's on the wall and you're, walking away from it. She did not listen to me. She tried to do what you shouldn't do, which was let her eat some of it and then take it away.
Mm.
I was at the end of the aisle and I heard the horse squeal, the girl scream, and I watched that girl fly like a cartoon character out of that stall.
Oh my gosh.
Arms and legs out. She hit the stalls on the other side of the aisle and slid to the floor. And I'm like, oh my God. I go running up there. She had been wearing a tank top. She had a perfect horseshoe impression on her chest. The horse had got her right above the heart. I'm like, oh my God, are you okay? And she couldn't breathe.
Oh
And
wow.
so I had to go get Stephanie. And Stephanie yelled at me. I'm like, what are you yelling at me for? I told her exactly how to do it. I was like, why? And hello, I'm 13. You know,
Right.
she's 20 years old. If she can't follow instructions, she shouldn't be anywhere near horses. Needless to say, the girl did not stay. And Stephanie was like, well, now you get to go give Hardy her hay. I'm like, okay. So I went in and I was like, Hardy, what do you think you're doing? Because she had the whole hay net hanging from her mouth. I was like, yeah, give me that. And I took it away from her. I hung it up. I patted the horse on the head, gave her a smack on the rump, and I walked out of the stall. And I was like, there you go. And Stephanie was like, I don't know how you do that. And she walked away. Girl was okay. I think she had a crack collar bone or something, but it serves her right. She did it wrong. Follow instructions. Damn. She didn't like being told what to do by someone who was 13.
Right.
Yeah, they bite hard. They hurt. They got big teeth. Big teeth. But yeah, so, but I had been there for years. So, I mean, I knew all the horses' personalities and everything, and so you should listen to me. If I tell you that you have to do certain things a certain way with a certain horse, pay attention. Like, I didn't think I had to write instructions in crayon for you. The fuck? You know? So, Stephanie's daughter, though, I forget her name, but she had the most adorable Shetland pony. Oh my God, that pony was so cute. He's so fuzzy. Yeah, they can do some damage to you, and racehorses can be so temperamental because they're spoiled as hell. It's the exact opposite of greyhounds, racing dogs. Racing dogs are treated like complete crap. But racehorses are so spoiled. So spoiled. And the only people that can really control them are their trainers and the stable hands.
Right.
Because horses are smart. Don't fuck with people that control your food.
Right.
But they show in movies and stuff and all these racehorses with their heads out through the doors and all that. Yeah, if you walk too close to them when they do that, you'll get bit. They will snap at you. Beautiful animals, but spoiled as hell. And with large animals like that, you cannot spoil them. They have to have certain set of rules.
Right.
I used to tell Hardy Mare, mind your manners. that horse side-eyed me so many times. Like, I could take you out, little girl. I got to ride Hardy Mare a couple of times. Fell off her too. I did have one other horse that I got along with really, really well. And I cannot for the life of me now remember his name. Oh, Venture Bar. I don't know why he was named Venture Bar, but I used to call him Venti. That was before Starbucks. That horse would follow me around like a puppy dog. I could walk him around in the indoor ring without having a lead on him, and he'd just follow me. Wherever I went, he would follow right behind me. Stephanie thought it was hysterical. She'd be like, damn, that horse following you like a puppy dog. I'm like, I know, right? I had a lot of fun at the barn. That's the one. Venture Bar is the one that decided to lay down in the puddle. I know, Venture Bar. I don't know why. But we went on a not really a trail ride, but we went off property, and we went down to the quarry. And as we were crossing over part of the quarry, it was, I say puddle, but it was about 12 feet wide by about 15 feet long. And it was about 2 feet deep. And we all crossed it. I'm the last one in line. I'm crossing it. All of a sudden, he stops. And I'm like, what are you doing? And all of a sudden, he laid down and rolled and with me on him. And I'm like, ah, fucker. And I had to take the saddle off and ride him bareback because he stretched out the girth. So I had to take the saddle off and
You said
finish-
yours.
well, the part of the saddle that goes under the horse
I
and
know.
holds the saddle on is called a girth.
I know.
You're silly,
I know.
little girl. But he stretched it, so I mean, the saddle wouldn't stay on. So I rode him bareback to the ice cream place we were going to, Kimball's Ice Cream Farm. And on the way back, I picked up the saddle, put it back on him, and then walked him. So I had to walk like 3 miles just leading the horse because I couldn't ride him back.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. By the time I got back, everybody had heard the story, so I got laughed at by everybody. I'm like, "Fuck you! You take him for a ride and see what he does."
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, see, Hazel with the girth, that was one thing Hazel used to like. She would bloat her stomach. You could actually hear her intaking air to bloat her stomach. This was a trick she played on students. And so she'd bloat her stomach so that you tight the girth as much as you want, but as soon as you get on her, she releases all that air and the saddle falls off, and you with it. I watched her do that to I don't know how many people. And I finally walked, they were like, the instructor's like, how is it that you can get the saddle to stay on? I was like this, watch. And I walk over and she started trying to gather in that air, and I kind of brought my knee up into her stomach, not enough to hurt her, but enough to expel the air, and then
Right.
quickly tightened the girth up. And she gave me a look, and I was like, yeah, I'm up to your tricks, missy. And they were like, oh. So, yeah. But I mean, after you spend a year with animals, you learn their tricks, their personalities, and things like that. So,
Right?
the good old days. I am glad that I was able to do it back then, though. I mean, there's no way I'd be able to work with horses now, or even when my back started going bad when I was 19. So, I am glad I had the experience when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Man, I begged my parents for a horse so bad. I had a girl that was going to sell me her horse. She was like, I'll sell him to you if you want him. But she was going to charge, I think she was asking something like $5,000. And my dad was like, nope. He was gorgeous, though. He was 18 hands. He was absolutely huge. And I called him Guppy because he had the guppy spots, just like Hazel did, only his were darker.
Right.
So I called him Guppy, which I thought was funny because Guppy is a very tiny fish and this was a very big horse. But she was away at college. She actually paid for us to do grooming and stuff for him and take him out and exercise him on a lead. She saw me riding one day, so she thanks, Lizzie. She asked me if I would ride him once in a while. So I got the barn owner's permission. We had to sign paperwork and stuff like that, saying if I got hurt on her horse, I wasn't going to sue her and all that. So I used to be able to ride him every once in a while. It was nice. He was a really good horse. He handled really well. I actually never fell off him either. So that's 2 horses in the barn I never fell off of. But most of the horses were boarders' horses, So,
Hang on a second.
okay. Yeah, I stopped working there because they got a new barn manager who didn't know shit about how to manage a barn. And he told me I was too young to work around horses. Yeah, I'm too young to shovel horse shit. Really? Then said that I was too young to ride. I'm like, what the fuck? And he handed me a scrub brush and told me to go clean the bathrooms. I handed the scrub brush back, told him where to stick it, and I left. But I left Stephanie a nice long note before I left on what changes he was making that she probably wouldn't approve of. And he ended up getting fired like a month later, so she must have keeping an eye on him. Oh yeah, I'm sure there are, Lizzie. I'm sure there are stables. I mean, I'm in the South in the country, so we have all kinds of farms and stuff around here. So I'm sure there are, but oh, Papa Ron, I'm sorry.
What's the matter?
Oh, he
Oh,
said,
I know, Ron. I'm sorry. It's very sad. Totally unexpected.
"Hey, Joyce."
Hey, Joyce.
So I'm probably gonna give this another 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna go because I gotta take care of the mutt and get something to eat and all that fun, happy crap.
Me too.
I haven't had any knocks on my door, so I guess I don't have any mail today. I still don't understand why he knocks on the door. All he's got to do is just put the mail in the door. But I guess he's just letting me know that it's there. I don't know, because the one time I did get up, because, you know, I heard him out there, and I heard him knock, and the dog was going nuts and all that. I get up there, he's already across the street. He doesn't wait. He just, like, puts the mail in there and knocks on the door and walks away. So I have learned to ignore the knock. And
Right.
I'm like, if he needs me, he can text me because he knows how much. I've told him what the process is for me to get off the bed and into the wheelchair.
Right.
It's not just hopping up and getting in the wheelchair. I have to move stuff off the wheelchair. Like right now, my laundry basket is on it because I have no place else to put it. So I got to move the laundry basket. I got to grab my shoe. I got to pick up the cat food. I got to move stuff around, you know, then
Right.
get up, get in the chair, and get out of the room. So it takes a little while, you know. And but he
Yeah.
knocks and walks. So now I'm like, okay, I'll get it when I go out there, you know.
Right.
Because too much strain on my right knee, and I won't be getting up at all, and that would not be good.
I hear you.
I do not want a waterbed.
Mm.
No, thank you. So, oh,
My God.
and all I want to do right now is lay down and go back to sleep.
I know, me too.
Bye, Lizzie. Have a
Bye,
great
Lizzie.
evening, afternoon, evening.
Evening.
5 hours difference. Yeah, evening. Have a good evening. Somewhere in there. Happy New Year. Papa Ron. Only. It was like the oddest question to ask somebody.
All right.
Man, I hang out with some wackadoodles, I'm telling you. Yeah, I covered it all. I covered my bases. Yeah, I do hope everybody has a better new year, and you know.
Me too. We just get rid of this rain.
Yeah. You need to get rid of that cough. It's what you need to do. Tell it to go away.
I keep telling it, but it's not listening.
Yeah, TG, you are definitely wacky. Freaking little Welsh wackadoodle. And I do appreciate all the cards and things that people sent me for Christmas. Bye, Lizzie. It made me happy. I haven't gotten a lot of Christmas cards. I'm not able to send them, so I never really expect them. But I did get quite a few, and I really appreciate it. It made me happy that people thought of me. Spent the money for a stamp, yay! Yeah, usually I only get them from my friend in Virginia and my mom. So I got like, I think 6 cards and my mom's. So that's sweet. My mom actually gave me a card. The picture on the front of the card is a snowman with a horse's face coming towards the side of it. Like this, it's a side profile of a white horse.
Mhm.
It's really cool. It's very
Ooh.
cute. Yeah. Every once in a while, my mom remembers what I like. You know, she'll give me a card with a bear on it or a card with a horse on it. You know,
Right.
so
It's definitely better than Wanker.
yeah, and she's learned not to give me the religious cards. You know what I mean? It's like, thanks, Mom,
Right.
because I don't do religious cards.
I know.
Well, I do, but not my mom's religion.
Right.
Although, you know, according to her, this is still a phase. I'll grow out of it soon. I'm like, okay. Sure. My mom and her bubble.
Right.
And
Sorry.
she was so funny. She was folding my socks. I sat there watching her because she paired up because she got me new socks for Christmas. Because I can't find the pack of socks that I had. I think my son threw them away. I cannot find them.
What?
Yeah, I don't know where they went. They're gone. So one of the things in the catalog she gave me were these, you know, different colored socks and like jewel tones. So I picked those, and she paired them up and folded the cuff over so they'd stay together as a pair. And then she folded that in half. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at her and I'm laughing. And she goes, "What's so funny?" I'm like, "You realize you're pairing the socks together." She goes, "And?" I was like, "I only need one." And she started laughing and she goes, "Oh, well, at least now they're together." I'm like, "Okay." Because I only need one sock at a time. I was like, "You'd get along great with my friend Victoria." She goes, "Why?" I was like, "Because she folds her underwear." She goes, "Well, I fold my underwear." I said, "I know."
I fold my underwear.
I could never understand the point of that.
Doesn't everybody?
I don't. Well, I don't wear any anymore, but when I had underwear, I didn't. Underwear is annoying. I didn't fold it when I had it. It just got thrown in a drawer. What's the point of folding it?
I don't know. You can put more pairs in there. I have no idea. I guess because it looks messy in the drawer. It's like OCD.
Who the fuck is going to see your underwear drawer?
I am. I know. It's weird.
Yeah, I caught her ironing underwear once, and I'm like, "What are you doing?"
No.
Oh, my mother used to iron everything, and I'm like, "Oh, stop, just stop."
I don't iron anything anymore.
I don't understand. I don't understand the whole making of the bed thing either, especially when I live by myself. I'm like, who the fuck is going to see it? Because believe me, if I have somebody come in my bedroom, they're not going to be looking at the bed. They're not going to care what the bed looks like. Trust me. Yeah, Victoria put sugar cookies in her drawers. Victoria's underwear smells like sugar cookies.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, she has sugar cookie scented sachets.
Oh, okay.
So her underwear smells like sugar cookies.
Holy moly.
Yep, she made the mistake of telling us that one day. Now she's never going to forget it.
I'm sorry. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, she's never going to live that one down, is she, TG? Got to be careful what you tell us, crazy people.
Sugar cookies.
Yep.
Interesting.
We forget nothing. A year from now, we'll bring that up. She's like, "Oh my God."
Right.
I love Victoria.
Me too. It's almost like, how did I ever live my life without knowing all of you?
I know, right?
You guys make me laugh and cry and everything in between.
We are the total package.
That's right. And I don't have to see any of you.
Right? Nobody in person.
Well,
Don't
you know
tell
what I
us
mean.
that. I never do, TG. I don't even know where I know I own some. I just don't know where any of it is. No, I do. I do own some somewhere. I haven't seen it in years.
So you're always commando.
Yep, I am. I don't wear bras either.
Oh, I can't go without
I do own some of those too, but I have no idea where those are either.
I sleep in my bras.
Oh God, I can't stand bras. They're so uncomfortable. Yeah, I'll tell you, the best day of my life was when I was 18 and I spent my first night in my apartment, my very first apartment.
Right.
I was like, yes! And I slept naked. Oh, that was awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
See, there's just some weird people out there.
Hey, I have less laundry, okay?
My mom is the same way. She always has. Me, sometimes I sleep with my shoes on because I'm afraid there's going to be a fire and I have to get out. I know I would.
My kids learned real quick to knock before you walk.
Right.
And when my son was living here with me, if he had to wake me up or something, he would open my door, and you can't see me. When you open the door, you can't see the bed immediately. You would have to like open it more and look around the door. So he would open the door like an inch or two and be like, "Mom!" like that to wake me up because he knew that the blankets might have shifted. He's like, "Nobody wants to see that, Mom." I'm like, "Then don't open my door."
Right.
You know, simple solution. Don't open the door. But yeah.
I also have my
Ron, right?
peekaboo.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they learned at an early age to knock and make sure that I was covered before they came in the room.
Right. No, I've got problems with my feet. Like if I get out of bed and I start walking after laying down for 8 hours or whatever, it hurts really bad to walk.
Yeah.
So sometimes I will sleep with my shoes on just because my feet have been hurting me and I want to be able to get out of the bed without them hurting in the morning. So
yeah,
I will sleep with shoes that I only wear while I'm in bed. I know I'm weird.
No.
All right.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Papa Ron, that's funny. I know what you mean though.
Oh, Wes.
Yeah, see me right now, I mean, well, my feet were and now my foot is. I had the numbness in my feet. So I can't feel anything touching my feet. Like if
Right.
I'm laying down and the blanket is wrapped around my feet, I can't feel it until I go to move and I have that resistance and I'm like, ah, and I freak out. So, and it still happens because the blanket will get twisted around, the 1 foot because I toss and turn and the blanket just moves with me instead of staying where it's supposed to. So I wake up and I have to like consciously grab the blanket and throw it off me from, chest to toes so that I'm not trapped in the blanket. But that's
Right.
the other reason that I don't like wearing clothes is because clothes always get tangled up around me. And then I feel like I'm all, and the only time I want to be tied up is when it's voluntary. So
Right.
being restrained without, consent pisses me off. So that's why I can't wear clothes when I'm
That's
sleeping.
what my mom says. Yeah, she
Yeah.
says it constricts everything.
Yeah.
I'm like, but what if you have to get up in the middle of the night?
Well, see, I have my big shirt right next to me, the big t-shirt that I own. I have that on the bed. So, I mean, it's like if I have to get out of the house, it's sit up, grab the shirt. It's going to take me longer to get my shoe because I have to use my grabber to reach my shoe and then get in the wheelchair and all that. That will take me longer than it would to get dressed. And that shirt, when I'm sitting in the wheelchair, goes down like mid calf. So,
Oh, gotcha.
I'm completely covered if I just have the shirt on.
Right.
But yeah. And if it's an emergency, honestly, if I'm about to burn to death, I don't give a fuck if I'm naked. I'll be out in the street. I don't care. So
Right. I know, but
let them look. Have a thrill. If you want to look at a naked fat chick, have at it. As long as I'm breathing, I don't care.
I know.
Besides, my neighbors are very sweet. After done gawking, they'd hand me a blanket.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother me. I don't get tangled up, so it doesn't
Yeah.
bother me. But
Yeah,
I
see,
can
I used to all the time. If I wore like a nightshirt or pajamas or something, they would get all twisted and tangled around, and I'd be getting pinched in uncomfortable places. I'm like, nah, screw this shit. So the first thing I did, I slept naked, and I have not stopped since. It's just my thing. John was actually freaked about that because he used to sleep with his boxers on. I'm like, why do you have boxers on? He goes, because I'm going to bed. I'm like, okay. And I got into bed naked. And he goes, what are you doing? I'm like, going to bed.
Right. I'll be back.
He learned really quickly that his boxers would get in the way. I'm like, I'm not fighting to get to it, boy. You either have it already out or I'm not even going to bother. So, yeah, he started sleeping naked too. I'm a bad influence. So. Yep, nothing to see here. It is what it is. Papa Ron, right? Just lost everybody watching. No. Hey, it's just part of life, okay? Yeah, honestly, not too many people want to see that, TG. Papa Ron. I know that feeling. Well, with anybody else involved, anyway. I haven't outsourced in a while. Unless I meet somebody with an amputated leg fetish, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. It's all right, though.
I missed some of that conversation, I think.
Papa Ron told me to change the subject because it's been too long. He doesn't want me talking about sleeping naked.
Oh.
And John, I had said that John used to sleep with his boxer shorts on. I told him, hey, if I have to fight to get to it, nothing's happening. So he ended up starting to sleep naked too. I'm a bad influence.
You have to fight to get to it.
That's right. I don't want to have to fight through material to get to things that I want. Lose the boxer shorts, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
Kodi is naughty. Kodi is very, very naughty.
Yeah.
Oh, Papa Ron. Wind blows. Hello, little buddy.
Oh my gosh.
But, you know, it is what it is. So
I don't know. I guess we didn't do much of it in our bed, so it didn't really matter what you were wearing. I'm just saying.
TG, I have never claimed to be one. I have never claimed to be an angel.
Oh yeah, Kodi's no angel. Neither am I.
Never, ever. I am a wicked, wicked bear. Yeah, I got a kick out of them trying to get Tina and Susanna to say words last night. Because Tina was saying that people pick on her accent. And I was like, I don't pick on your accent. It reminds me of home. You know, I like it.
Right.
But JJ was like trying to get her to say words like car, bear, and beer. And of course, normally with a relaxed accent and not thinking about it, you're like car, bear, and beer. You know, there's no R's in there. You know?
Right.
But because when I first moved here, I had a kid that was harassing the crap out of me to say beer. And I look at him and go, beer. And he goes, no, you're from up north. You got to say it the right way. And I'm like, what are you talking? I just did say it the right way. He goes, no, say it like they say it. And I'm like, oh my God. He bugged me for 2 weeks until I finally was like, okay, fine, beer. Are you happy? And he's like, and he laughed for like 20 minutes. And I'm like, nah, you fucking hillbilly, get back to work and leave me alone. But I can do the accent either way. I mean, I was raised in Massachusetts, but in Western Massachusetts, we don't really have the Boston Southie accent type of thing. So, but I could do it because I'm from there. So I guess it comes naturally.
Right. It's what you heard when you were forming your language skills.
Yeah, but my mom always made sure I articulated correctly. I do every once in a while when I say wash, I'll say wash. Like I'll add an R. I'll add an R. where there doesn't need to be one.
My
I've caught
grandma
myself,
washed everything.
yeah, or I have to go do the wash, you know, and I catch myself doing it. I'm like, oh crap, what the fuck? But normally I articulate pretty well. I mean, it's harder now with the lisp because of my teeth, but you know, I can't articulate. Yeah, English accent. No. Um.
Wash.
Yep. Wash.
She had to wash the dishes and wash the dog, wash the
What I
dog.
have, what I have never done though, what I have never done is said mine instead of mine. That used to drive me crazy when I was a kid because there were some kids in school that would say mine, like that's mine instead of that's mine.
Oh my
I'm
god.
like, what do you have?
Mine.
I'm like, what do you have? Ancient Aztecs in your fucking pocket? What the hell? You know? I'm like, there's no ancient civilizations here. Stop that.
It's mine. Mine, 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 mine.
And like John used to say ruined instead of ruined. I'm like, it's ruined. Rune is an alphabet of the Nordic variety. I'm like,
Right.
what are you doing? I'm like, stop that. But
I think it's how they heard it growing up. So if their parents talk that way, then that's probably why they. I know that's true in my family of other extended family members.
yeah. But
They,
two, I was really young. My cousins were all older, so I didn't really. I mean, when I was around family, I didn't really hang out with a lot of kids, so I was exposed to adult conversation
right.
where they spoke the words correctly, you know. So
Right.
yeah, Mayan temples in their pocket. Lady in the parlor, Harry Potter. There you go. There's my English accent. Harry Potter.
Well, from day one, my mom would make me look everything up in the dictionary. We had that big, unabridged
Yep.
Webster's Blue Dictionary.
Yep. We had one of those. We also had a set of encyclopedias.
Yes, we did too.
Yep.
So I had to look everything up, and sometimes I just read the encyclopedias for fun.
I did too.
It was
I did
adorable.
too. Paper Google. If anybody that doesn't know what an encyclopedia is, it's like a paper Google in a book.
And you at least knew most of that was truthful.
Yeah.
You don't always know on Google.
True.
You get a bunch of different answers sometimes,
I know, right?
but I trust it for the most part.
Yeah, and then my mom had me doing spelling words, extra spelling words, and grammar and all that stuff. So that's why I am a spelling grammar Nazi. To the point that it actually causes my brain physical pain if
Right.
I see things that I know should have been correct and they repeatedly misspell the same word over and over and over. It's not a typo. You're spelling it wrong. Stop it. And the compulsion is strong. I have skipped it a lot. I let it go a lot. You know, I help Victoria with pronunciation for some words, just because you know there are correct ways of saying things, like yinzer.
Right.
She was saying yinzer every once in a while, and I'm like, stop it. It does actually hurt me if I hear someone say a word incorrectly repeatedly. Like John with ambulance drove me absolutely nuts. Or if they spell it incorrectly repeatedly, I have to correct it. I can't help it.
You're a Nazi.
Yeah. There are certain ways of doing things and they must be done correctly. Sorry.
I shake my head, but I don't have the compulsion to correct.
But I don't do it to be hurtful. You know,
No,
I
I
don't
know.
do it,
You know what?
don't
If
do
you
it.
don't ever tell anybody, they don't ever learn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't do it to be hurtful or to make anybody feel bad or feel stupid. I'm only doing it to help, you know. You have too
Yeah,
much
my
chit.
mom. No, sorry.
Ron has too much chit.
My mom's older sister, she yeah, she doesn't spell very well. She wasn't a book smart person, you know. She
Yeah.
wasn't. She was more the flirty, you know, only cared about boys in high school kind of girl.
Right.
And slid through. She's not dumb or anything, but she just never learned correctly how to spell things or how to use different words for the right meaning. So my mom corrects her, and she finally stopped because my Aunt Connie was getting offended by it. And she's like, I'm just trying to tell you how to do it correctly so you
Right.
don't sound stupid. Or, you know what I mean.
Because somebody at some point in time is going to pick on her about it. So she's trying to
Right.
prevent that.
Right.
Well, the way I look at it, there are many forms of communication, and you should be able to communicate well in any of those forms, whether it's written or verbal. You know, you should be able to do it correctly so that people understand you. And the best thing I ever heard was a teacher, a professor in Washington State. His entire class turned in an assignment, and it was all done in text shorthand. All these kids got lazy, and they started like the number 4 for the word for, you know, like FOR, they put a 4.
Wow.
And he failed the entire class, told them all to redo it again, use their words correctly, spell things out. And if they ever did that again, he was expelling the entire class. He would kick every one of them out of his class. He was like, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever experienced. And I was like, kudos to him, you know, because if you're in a formal situation in a business, are you going to be like substituting numbers instead of words? Or using the letter U and R for your, you know?
Right.
Come on, communicate correctly. Damn. So yeah, that was the best thing I had heard, and I forget when that was. It was a long time ago, but because it was when texting first came out, and everybody was using the text shorthands.
Right.
Because you got charged per number, you know, per character. So I could understand it back then, but you know, you don't get charged per character anymore. Spell out your words, you lazy fuckers. Issa does that. She shorthands it, and I'm like, shut up, TG.
Well, I think it's sad that they have removed like handwriting
Yeah.
and penmanship from, and I feel like I sound like an old lady, like my mom, you know, an old
No,
person
it's
like
true
my
though. I mean,
back in the day.
if you think about it, all of our historical documents are written in script. They're written in cursive.
Right.
So if kids don't learn it, they won't be able to read it. They can't read their own history.
Right. I mean,
So,
yeah, you have to know how each letter is
yeah.
written out so that you can.
Because if you don't learn what those letters look like and when they're joined together and how it forms a word, when somebody that's completely ignorant of any kind of script, cursive, penmanship, it's going to look like a whole bunch of squiggly lines. That's all.
Right.
Papa Ron, stop that.
That's what I started to laugh at.
Don't make me boot you. It's New Year's. Don't start the new year off like that. Either one of you. Fucking degenerates. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop it. But yeah, I mean, trying to stifle knowledge and intelligence and the ability to read like our Constitution. Kids wouldn't be able to read that. You don't learn cursive, you're not going to be able to read it.
Right.
So I'm glad Massachusetts said, fuck you, we're teaching it anyway. I really am. I'm like, good for you. Hey, Donna, Happy New Year.
Hey, Donna. Happy New Year.
Papa Ron, one more time and I will time you out. Don't push me. Don't start the new year off like that. That kind of shit is what hurts my brain. Especially when people do it on purpose. Anybody else that does it, you've all been warned now. So if you do it. TG! TG, you know I love you. But I am a bear of my word. So we will see you in 5 minutes.
Bye, Scarlett. I'll miss you. She just wanted to be the first one timed out this year.
Yeah, I guess so. Tisk, 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 toilet water. Water. Happy New Year.
Oh, man.
You know what? If I had ended this when I said I was gonna, that wouldn't have happened because it would have been 15 minutes ago.
I know, right?
Oh, Donna, really?
You know, it took me a while to figure out what it said.
Frighteningly enough, I can read that without a problem. I can read upside down. I can read backwards. I can read if the letters are scrambled up.
Well, I didn't have my glasses on.
Okay.
Trying to squint.
All right. Well, instead of timing out my entire chat now, which will irritate me, I do not want to start the new year off like that. PG got the honor of being the first person timed out for 2022.
You should have never told him it bothered you.
I know.
When will you learn?
I probably never will.
Probably not. Oh my gosh, somebody just lit off a firecracker.
Well,
Yeah.
hopefully they don't do that here because my dog is going to need to go out at some point. Right now she's sleeping, so apparently she's not in any distress. I wonder if I can get a nap in.
You might be able to.
I might be able to.
Ron likes to push buttons.
But I think I'm going to end this before I smoke all the rest of my cigarettes.
Yeah.
Trying to make them last as long as possible.
You're doing good.
Yeah, my dog was too for a while, Donna. She eventually, when I laid down though, she eventually calmed down because I guess she realized if I was laying down and relaxed and taking a nap that she was safe. But for a while they were popping pretty loud. Although we did get a lot of rain, so people had to keep going back inside and stop
Right.
things exploding. But she was shaking and she was scared. So, which pisses me off because she was never like that until they made World War III around my house that one 4th of July. She was fine with gunshots. She was fine with fireworks, all that until that one 4th of July a couple years ago. But
Yeah, our cats were a mess, Donna.
and poor Onyx kept trying to comfort the dog, and the dog was just like, "Get away from me!"
Well, hopefully they don't do them again tonight. Usually they do around here.
Yeah,
And
it's been pretty quiet in my neighborhood.
Well, and they'll light them off for the next couple of weeks because they bought a crap ton of them.
Right.
Then we don't have to worry about it until the 4th of July.
Oh, they set them off for they have any excuse. They set them off here. They set them off at Thanksgiving. They set them off on Halloween. They set them. I don't care. If they can blow shit up, they will.
I couldn't handle that.
Yeah. My dog just rolled onto her back, looked over at me, and went and laid back down.
Like, you're still over there, huh?
Yeah. She's like, "Oh, fine. I'll just go back to sleep." Poor dog.
Yeah, my fingers are starting to get really tight from holding the laptop.
Okay.
My fingers are killing me. I have to take some ibuprofen.
Yeah, I couldn't put Simi outside last night either, Donna. She's been okay today, though. All right. Well, I am going to end this, guys. I hope everybody has an awesome New Year's, and
Me
I hope
too.
I hope you guys have a great weekend. Kathy, thank you for coming and keeping company.
Thanks for having me.
My favorite giggle girl. I love that giggle. I love you guys. We will talk around the tube, I'm sure. If my hands are up to it, I'll be in chats. If not, well, I'm probably lurking somewhere.
Right.
Have a good one, everybody.
Bye,
Bye.
y'all.